Alrighty, welcome to the Giga Texas Cyber Rodeo special episode 87 of Tokwa's Ask Us Anything. As usual, it's been a pretty busy news week. Giga Berlin production may be at risk before ramping efforts have barely had time to get underway. An article appearing in Berliner Kurier describes Brandenburg's Green Parliamentary Group leader Benjamin Raschke saying that if Germany decides to place sanctions on the importation of Russian gas, Giga Berlin must be shut down, as 60% of the factory's total energy consumption is reliant on gas. Raschke said that should Putin turn off the gas tap or the gas stop comes from the German side, then hospitals and schools will have high priority. He further added that consumers and citizens would have absolute protection, whereas large companies like Tesla would be the first to shut down and have to do without. Elon Musk has attended an EV meeting which was hosted by high-level Biden administration representatives. Most of America's large car manufacturers were also in attendance. A Biden administration statement stated that the meeting was fruitful and that, among other things, there was a broad consensus that charging stations and vehicles need to be interoperable and provide a seamless user experience, no matter what car you drive or where you charge your EV. Currently, American-driven Teslas use a proprietary charging plug, whereas most other US EVs use the single-phase version of the CCS combined charging system plug. Neither are compatible with the other without a physical adapter and charging station modifications or a more advanced active adapter. Elon Musk has declared open Tesla's newest Gigafactory in Austin, Texas, just weeks after officially opening its sister factory in Brandenburg, Germany. While reiterating much of what has been prior announced, Musk did surprise attendees by announcing that Tesla would be producing a dedicated robo-taxi.
So, what's next? I'm not gonna spill all the beans right now. But what I can say is we're going to move to just truly massive scale, scale that no company has ever achieved in the history of humanity, that has to happen in order to transition the world to sustainable energy. So massive scale, full self-driving. There's going to be a dedicated robotaxi that's going to look pretty. It's going to look quite futuristic. And of course, we've got the Tesla robot, Optimus.
Elon Musk has declined a seat on Twitter's board of directors, according to a tweet made by Twitter's CEO, Parag Agrawal. In the tweet, Agrawal stated, "We announced on Tuesday that Elon would be appointed to the board contingent on a background check and formal acceptance. Elon's appointment to the board was to become officially effective 9th of April, but Elon shared that same morning that he will no longer be joining the board." To date, Tesla's Shanghai Gigafactory has not commenced production since the start of this quarter due to ongoing mandated COVID-19 shutdowns in Greater Shanghai. Prior to shutting down on 28th of March, the Shanghai factory averaged a production rate of about 2,000 cars per day. This means that since the start of this quarter, Tesla have so far produced approximately 26,000 cars fewer than they have expected, notwithstanding any cars that have been produced in Brandenburg and even less so in Texas. A few minutes prior to 8 a.m. last Saturday, Tesla's Australian Model Y order page briefly went online. Of dozens of people who attempted to place orders, only one was successful in paying the $350 order fee. It has since been confirmed that the fee was subsequently returned and the order cancelled. And that was this week's news. And welcome back to normal programming. So, yeah, as we can tell, it was a very big news week. Lots of good news and some bad news. Okay, so firstly, I might just ask anyone who's new or here for the first time, please say hello and introduce yourself if you're comfortable in doing so. Otherwise, it's totally cool just to lurk and ask questions in chat or perhaps at a later time. So if there's anyone new, please do say hello. Okay, we might leave it for a bit later. Welcome back, Charles, who is joining us from the future. Only 2 hours ahead of us this time, since daylight saving has thankfully ended. But welcome back, Charles.
Yeah, thanks. It's a bit earlier for me, so I don't think I will last until tomorrow this time. I'll might make it till midnight. We'll see how we go.
Well, there's a challenge. There's a challenge for all of us. So, yeah, so obviously, one thing I'd just like to say is that this Shanghai situation is actually a lot more serious than I think even most analysts are actually catching on to. Basically, as the news explained last week, all of Australia's production occurs now, and every day that the factory is not open is another day that the Australian production is not being undertaken, and it's possibly already too late for Australian production to make it into this quarter or being delivered into this quarter. So obviously there's going to be a lot of disruption. Something that might be useful for anyone who's expecting their car, say, late this quarter, would be rather than bombarding your salespeople with, questions like, hey, is my car going to come after all, or when's it coming, or is it delayed, is maybe just to back off a little bit, because obviously Tesla have got a logistics nightmare, occurring right now. So it might be a good idea just to take a little bit of pressure off the sales staff and others, because, like I said, I think the true impact of this is actually quite understated and underestimated. But obviously, the Gigafactory Cyber Rodeo was pretty good news. It means that, or as we saw on the presentation, actually, what I might do is there are a couple of things that were really good pieces of news to come out of, or part aspects to come out of the Cyber Rodeo. And I'll just grab one. And I think this is something that really needs to be highlighted, and it really isn't. And it's a piece done by Sandy Munro about the Giga castings. And sorry, I'll just go and change something around.
Okay, so let's talk.
Okay, sorry about that. We'll just reconfigure.
Okay, so let's talk about what I was talking about always, and that is, how do we get to the minimum number of parts? So let's have a look at this. This is the front section of the Tesla Model Y. Have a look up there. That's all the bits and pieces that you normally have if you were welding it all together. You can see there's a lot of them. Try and think of how many opportunities for mistakes you've got when you got that many components. And it all boils down to what you wind up here, and this can be twisted and turned, and you can have a multitude of different problems. Let's have a look at what it looks like when we do a casting. Down here is the front casting, and you can see that it's obviously one piece, and then we look up, and that's the amount of aluminum that you squirt inside of it to make that. When you get all done, what have you got? A one-piece product that no one has to touch. No one.
Welcome.
This is how Tesla is clobbering everybody else. Think about all those bits and pieces over there that have to be stamped. All of them have to be welded together in jigs and fixtures. Usually you use robots to do all that work. All that stuff takes up space inside your factory. This factory gets a whole lot smaller and a whole lot higher quality by using a single casting. And it doesn't happen just once. This is the front. Let's look at the back. Here's the rear. This is the one where I made all the comments initially on the Model 3 and said, this is ridiculous. This should all be one part. That's what it looks like when it's all welded together. Let's go and have a look at what it looks like at the end of the day. And here we are, one piece and 2, 4, 6, 7 ingots. Right, so how is anybody going to catch up or get better? I'm waiting for suggestions.
Yeah, so that was a segment in Monroe Live, and I think you just can't underscore the lead that Tesla has right now. I mean, it's just unassailable. Just those multitude of parts that Tesla is avoiding with something that has a cycle time of, I think it's about 90 seconds in making a casting. And that's why Tesla can make a Model 3 in 10 hours, and Volkswagen are aspiring to make a car in less than 30 hours.
You've got to
So,
love what Elon said about getting the big casting machines. He said they approached 6 companies, 5 said no, 1 said maybe. He said that was close enough to a yes.
That's right.
That's just his attitude for everything, isn't it?
He took that as a yes, absolutely. Now, we might as well, just to finish off the Gigafactory theme, I think Tesla Daily have basically gotten the best roundup sort of B-roll of the entire evening. And we'll just play that now and then go to normal discussions in 2 seconds.
Welcome to Cyber Rodeo. wasn't easy building this incredible, this humongous building and getting all this equipment here. I just cannot express enough appreciation and gratitude and admiration for the Tesla team that built Giga Texas. I want to give you a sense of the size of this thing. So what we have here is, if you put the building on its side, it's taller than the Burj Khalifa, equivalent to 3 Pentagons. And this building is the most advanced car factory that Earth has ever seen. We cast the front and rear body. The pack itself is structural. Out comes a finished product. So it's raw materials in one side, cars out the other side. So we're building our own battery cells. We think the most advanced cell in the world here at Giga Texas. All the footage you see here is from this factory. And we think over time this will probably be the biggest cell factory in the world. So, what's next? I'm not gonna spill all the beans right now. What I can say is we're gonna move to just truly massive scale. Scale that no company has ever achieved in the history of humanity. And now, let us deliver our first Tesla cars made in Texas. Oh, what have we here? So we're gonna smash the window again. We're gonna have an incredible Cybertruck product for you next year. We can't wait to build this here and deliver them to you. Sorry for the delay. It's been an intense couple of years, but we're gonna have this for you next year, and it's gonna be great. And it's gonna be like just one kick-ass product after another, starting next year, and then some cool stuff that we haven't even talked about. So let's see. Thanks again for coming. I hope you're having a great time. Here at Tesla, we believe in throwing great parties. Let's get this party started and have a fantastic time tonight. I love you guys.
You're on mute, Harold.
Big shout, thanks, Russell. A big shout out to Rob Maurer at Tesla Daily for making a great video. Alrighty.
That wasn't
let's
Russell. That was
Russell.
Alex.
Oh, sorry, Alex. Oh,
He looks like Russell, but he's not.
he does look a bit like Russell. He does.
He's
He
not
looks
very
increasingly
much like
more like Russell. But that's okay. There's nothing wrong with
Keep
looking
your
like Russell.
voice down. Richard Cooper's having a sleep. Oh, he's up. Hang on, he's up. He's up.
Sorry,
Alrighty. So I've got lots of.
I'm just
hang on.
gonna say that Tesla just looks ugly, ugly. Am I
The
right or
Cybertruck?
no?
Beauty is in the eye of the
The
wine
holder.
holder.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
On stones.
And
It
people in
grows on
Armadale
you.
should
Well, the
throw
diet
Definitely
darts.
grows on you.
Good lad.
People in Armadale shouldn't throw
think
rocks.
it's partly the point, I think. It's purely just based on function. And
Yeah.
you can either like it or not. Um,
Bit like yourself, Richard. Full function.
Absolutely. Perfect case in point.
Harold, was that before when the news was reading? Was that crocodile
You look like my
Dundee I
brother.
just saw?
Well, I didn't have a
So-
black hat, and I didn't
Oh.
have. I quite wisely don't have aviator sunglasses because they just look a bit crap, really, to be perfectly honest. Apologies to all those aviators out there. If you are one, then wear them. But if you're not, come on, Elon, just pick another pair. But yeah, no, that was just my loose effort at humour.
I liked it.
Gee, thanks. There's no expense spared. We spend nothing on this show, and so nothing is spared in our production values. Yeah. So, what did you think about the actual event itself?
Well,
Good.
it was pretty good, but the one thing when he goes, we're going to deliver our first Tesla Model Ys. Well, they can't in Texas. They have to do it outside of the state. So they just drove those across.
And they
Just
were
a
clearly,
typo. Just a typo.
Does not allow him to deliver cars to customers in there.
and the so-called deliveries were actually to employees. So it was it. There's even no sign that those cars have been completely approved or, well, yeah, approved or exempted from needing to be approved as a variation on the current model.
Very same to the Berlin opening a few weeks ago. They drove them across or out, but they were all Tesla employees driving them again.
No, actually,
that
I beg to
drone
differ.
show was unbelievable.
No, quite a few of those were actually real deliveries, Nigel, because there was someone who had serial number, I forget if it was 16 or something, 12 or 14 or 16, one of those even numbers, who actually got rear-ended only the next day.
They may have been
or
real
later that
deliveries,
day.
but the people driving them looked like Tesla.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I think that's right. I think they were Tesla employees who were driving them out, but the passenger, I think, was the recipient of the actual recipient. So I think one of them that got rear-ended, he was actually offered a brand new car because under their insurance terms, if it's less than 1,000 kilometers old, you can literally get a swapsy. But then he sort of said that he's a bit torn because he's got one of the historic first delivered cars. So he may opt to have it repaired.
Must have the ABC on. He got rear-ended.
Yeah, so that's right. He had to stop to listen to what Nadia said on the morning's program. Exactly.
Exactly. In Germany.
Well, precisely, because that's the afternoon. No, that would have been late night for them. So yeah, anyway, maybe it was one of the other programs. But yeah, so who yelled out that the drone was awesome?
Yeah, that was me, Harold.
Ah, yes, Damo. I think it was, so. Are you there, Damo?
Yeah, I'm here.
He sure is.
Oh, cool. Sorry. Yeah,
he's
sorry.
a car.
I couldn't see you for the car. Yeah, gotcha.
He's nearly out of protective custody.
Custody. So you don't want to whip that
well,
custody too much.
I'm in bed, Jared.
Okay, well, let's just make sure your camera's off then, Damo. So
we don't need to see that.
So yeah, the drone footage was absolutely awesome, and I'm going to prepare that for viewing a little bit later on. We've got a few other little bits and clips and stuff, but yeah, the drone just shows the way. I think was it a week or two ago that the Perth's Lord Mayor has basically said that the Skyworks or Sky Show is going to be scaled down, and that some of that might be substituted for drones. And I'm thinking, well, if the drones at Perth get are half as good as the ones that Tesla have got, that's going to be a pretty good show.
Yeah, that was good.
Now, I forget who it was that mentioned the ugliness, alleged ugliness of the Cybertruck. One thing that's got me curious, and I'll very quickly get to the bit of video that shows it, was the back of the Cybertruck. And I've got to ask...
I'm not sure if she was talking about the truck or Nigel. Nigel F, that is. I've been looking at Nigel going...
I'm just as ugly as you, Jared.
You know, I was taking my little boy up the stairs and he said, moon. And I was like, yeah, Nigel does look a bit like the moon. See, sorry.
So what is this? This is obviously the back of the Cybertruck, and you can see the 2-inch 50mm receiver here, which has got like a toe sort of eye attachment, and you've got your trailer electrics. What are these two beams?
They're crane attachments.
They're obviously intended to
crane
attach something pretty big.
Nah, be something. Yeah, it could be wheels. Yeah.
That's where you mount your Starlink dish.
Well, you could mount two, Damo. You could have stereo Starlinks, which is a good idea because
brilliant.
that's because
Always get redundant.
Well, yeah, that's right. You have the diversity tuning and whatever on two Starlinks. But yeah, I just wonder what that is, because it's obviously deliberate. It's not a temporary thing. It's something they've deliberately intended to put there. But yeah, I don't know.
Shotgun holder? Yeah.
Maybe a
Yes,
Dylan minigun, perhaps. You know, something a bit more substantial. But
okay.
but it's just got me curious because it's so substantial. It's like, well, what clever attachment are they going to put to the back of the Cybertruck that could be useful? So, yeah. Anyway,
That'll be 50 cal.
Might be a shark fin.
See, it's the Ukraine version.
yeah, maybe it's dual shark fin, so you can deploy a supercharger, a stall or something, or a sled or something like that.
It's for attaching GM and dragging them into the EV revolution.
Right, and all the other ICE manufacturers. Right,
Nice.
That's plausible. That's definitely plausible. Alrighty, so let's get back to normal discussion. So, has anyone got any questions or tips or tricks or anything that's any news? Any other news that's happened?
Harold, while we're talking about the Cybertruck, I read somebody posted on Facebook somewhere that it's 5% too large for the Australian roads. Is that?
I don't think that. Well, the Cybertruck is roughly. In fact, Elon Musk has announced that it falls within the envelope of a Ford F-150 truck, so-called truck, and we clearly have those in Australia, and we have the bigger F-250s and 350s.
I've seen the 350s.
Yeah, the 350s.
Yeah.
So, Steve, I dare say that for whatever reason you can see F-150s, 250s and 350s in Australia, then that same reason will be applied to the Cybertruck, since it's actually smaller than those previous two models.
Wasn't it referring to the Tesla Semi?
Yep.
No, this was a specific comment about the Cybertruck, and as I read it, I was thinking that it's like the Semi, which, as you said, it's like 5 centimeters too wide.
Yeah,
because
it's about
2.5 meters is
wide,
the maximum width, and the Semi is too wide for Australian and I think European roads, but it fits American ones nicely.
Yeah, the Semi is 2.55 meters wide. The Australian regulation is 2.5. And the American one is 2.6.
Is
that to the wing mirrors, or is that to the chassis?
The
body, rather.
I think it's the
body.
It's
to the chassis,
the wheels and the chassis, all that sort of the
The-
major protuberance.
The poster of that regarding the Cybertruck being too wide may have just got his facts confused with the Semi.
And that was I kind of was thinking also, but I thought I'll ask you guys anything.
Yes.
Exactly. Absolutely.
And you can.
Oh, I like it. I like it. Sharp.
Now, we'll show you one image that was interesting. It doesn't really apply to us because we don't have this connector. But just behind the wheel arch, this is a close-up of the charging port. But clearly this is too small. This flap is too small to hold a CCS unless you possibly have it on an angle. And I don't know that would be acceptable as a standard to do that. But that was an interesting little bit of clip that we've got. And I think I've got another one which shows nothing in particular, so we'll move on.
So Harold, that port matches what the Model S we saw a few weeks ago. The Model S was being charged with that same design charger.
Oh, right. So it had that port there.
The three-piece, yes.
Yep.
Looks like ET's come home.
Right.
A bit dirty.
Yeah, it does look a bit dirty. It looks a little bit temporary. That's probably not finished. That's probably some other substance, like a soft mold or something. That's not the real thing.
I wouldn't think to read too much into things like that.
Yeah,
it looks a bit ghetto.
It does. Looks like something you'd find in Jolton.
It was an improvement though on having the fuel door that the original Cybertruck came out with. So it is actually a design improvement, but it's just questionable whether you'd put in such a vulnerable spot such as the wheel arch. But who knows? I mean, obviously that's what they were intending at the moment, and they've got 12 months to finalise it. Oh, and obviously, Cybertrucks aren't going to go to the international market for years.
No,
So
sold out locally.
It's just going to be local, to the US. So
US, yeah.
They're not going to worry, unfortunately, about CCS or any other sort of charging thing at the moment.
I reckon 2025 if we're lucky.
Yeah, I think so too, Richard. It's
That's for the Model Y.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't that. Well, that was interesting. I mean, that was 752.
Yeah, that was weird.
Was. Yeah, and it's clearly a glitch because the person that actually, there was one person that we are aware of that actually successfully got tested to take their deposit money, and it was subsequently returned a couple of days later. So and like I said earlier and last week, I just can't underscore how bad the situation is for Shanghai, and how detrimental that would be for any potential Model Y deliveries. That's just got to push the whole time frame back.
Yeah, I've got no idea what the CCP is thinking, trying to shut down Omicron like this. It would have worked for the original strain, but there is no way that it would work for Omicron, because they'll open up again. Oh, we've got known cases, aren't we good? And then next person who visits will bring it in and it'll go crazy again. It's just ridiculous.
I saw some of your tweets there, Nigel. Very sad.
Yeah, that little kid.
Yeah, awful. It's just, yeah. Well, yeah.
Was this in China?
What vaccines? What vaccine or vaccines have the CCP or China rolled out?
They've got Sinovac.
That's what I thought. And how effective is that?
Efficacy is in dispute.
Which means it's the Chinese knockoff, which means it doesn't do anything.
1 in 50 works.
It's a deactivated. Yeah. It's from what I've read, it's a deactivated virus, so it's similar to our flu viruses, our annual flu.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, annual flu shots, and it's only about 50% effective.
Which means that they've set themselves up for a fall because, well, I mean, unless you're going to get mRNA vaccines out to the 1.3, 1.4 billion people, I mean, it's just going to, well, what can you do?
And the policy has been initially they declared it as being relaxed, so that each area would require for you to start opening up would require 0 cases for 7 days. And I think now they've walked that back to 0 cases for 14 days. And it's just not plausible. If that's the case, Shanghai will be shut, well, indefinitely.
Months.
So and that actually means, I mean, I think it was one of the earnings reports. Oh, and by the way, the Tesla's next earnings report from memory is the 21st at 5:30 a.m. Perth time.
Our time, yeah.
So we'll have one more Ask Us Anything before then. But it's going to be very interesting because Elon Musk did say several earnings reports ago that the only thing that would stop Tesla from having 50% compound annual growth in production is like a war or another major pandemic. And well, guess what? Both. We've got a war and we've got a pandemic, and we've got China.
Numbers?
Well, yeah, exactly. And we've got China that even though 25 million people in Shanghai is the size of Australia, it's still out of 1.4 billion people is still a very small number proportionally. So the Chinese will do as they wish, and Tesla will do what it can do, which is wait.
I just don't see how Shanghai is going to be running at full production. Well, I just don't understand how China in its entirety is going to be able to function without the majority of its population vaccinated with, high efficacy vaccines. This is just stubbornness. Well, who knows?
No, they managed.
So it doesn't bode well for Tesla.
They managed to shut the wild strain down with this policy, and I think they're just looking at it and going, well, we'll do it again, and it's not going to work. Nowhere else
No,
in
it's
the
more effective,
world
yeah.
are they believing that China are doing it right. But, you know, the CCP will do as it wants. And the other thing is, I mean, you saw that kid on my tweet. That was disgusting. But the people that are diagnosed as positive are getting locked up in squalid conditions in their COVID positive hotels.
Yeah, right.
And the people are starving because they can't go out and get food. No one's delivering it. Yeah, it's terrible.
I'm actually yeah. Sorry, I don't want to go too far off the tangent of Tesla here. So yeah, I think maybe I'll leave it there.
Yeah, because Andrew Tan's got a question, Harold.
Perhaps Peter Petrovsky can answer that one. He's done a YouTube video.
Sorry, Andrew, go. If you feel free to speak the question, or I'll read it out once I find it.
Yeah, it's just a quick one about I can't seem to get the self-parking symbol on the screen. I've never ever tested it.
Okay, so Andrew, the first question is: have you paid for full self-driving?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. Is that there is no there is no switch? There's no activation switch for self-parking, is there, in the settings? I think it's just going to present itself as it comes.
A little grey P comes up. It's really hard to see. I took months to find mine.
And you have to drive far enough past the available bay for it to come up with that small P. It does put that little grey line across when you're approaching where it's going to activate.
Okay.
It's like when there shows for the stop signs and the traffic lights that you've got that this is where you're going to be stopping.
Yeah.
So that line is used again, I think, in the auto park, because I used it this evening and I noticed that came up. So yes, that with got to drive slowly enough too, Andrew.
Okay, I'm just probably too
patient.
patient.
Past, and you go well past that spot you think you're going to get. Finally, the P comes up, then it's switch to reverse. Yes, I want to park and start, and then just wait and watch.
Okay.
You've got to crawl very slowly past the point.
Yeah.
Then it will suddenly appear on the screen, and you've got to get the car stopped and then go, yes, you can take over. But if you're going just a fraction too fast, it won't come up. And if you think you've stopped, well, why isn't it coming up? You haven't gone far enough.
You hit reverse button, doesn't it, Nigel? I think you got to go into reverse and then it displays itself.
And the other way, Damo, it shows P first,
no.
and then it says now go into reverse. Once you say P, yes, I want to auto park. Then it offers it comes up and prompts now go into reverse. Once in reverse, then it starts doing stuff.
Yeah, and the parking spot appears as a blue parking spot in the visualization.
Okay, thank you. I've never seen any of those, so I'll give it a go. Thank you.
And Adrian just asked.
There's a bit of a knack to it, Andrew, but once you work it out, it's awesome.
Thank you.
And Andrew just asked. Adrian just asked if that's an option without self-driving. I presume that means without full self-driving, and the short answer is no. So that is actually one of the differentiating. That's basically what $10,100 will get you is automatic parallel and perpendicular parking, as well as what's known as navigate on autopilot, whereby the car, and also automatic lane changing. Or semi-automatic.
Don't forget summon, Harold. Don't forget summon.
Oh, sorry, and summon. Yes, and summon being now. Does straight autopilot do basic summon, which is just move forward and move backwards, or is that also limited to FSD?
That's FSD.
I think that's limited to FSD.
So even basic, just move forward, move back, is FSD as well.
Yep.
Right, there you go. So, and that's a great feature if you're in a tight parking spot or someone has parked the passenger side of their car really, really close to your driver's side because they can. Then summon is a cracker for getting your car out rather than having to get into the passenger side. Or
if you just wash the car and the feet are wet and you don't want to step on the carpet, you can just summon it forward to park it in the garage.
Yep, absolutely.
The summon won't work on my driveway because my driveway is slightly down from the garage. And it goes, no, I'm on a slight incline. I'm not going to do anything.
Okay, I have a very slight incline and it works perhaps yours is steeper, so you may not
it's
want to
not
work.
all that steep, but it bitches about it.
Okay.
I knew this girl had a
Just
sliding
another
climb
tip.
once. She had a like funny.
Just another tip for Andrew. When you're trying to get the reversing, the auto reverse come up, it also, I found that the closer I was to the parked cars, the more likely it was to engage. So sometimes when you're a little bit too far from the cars, it doesn't work. But I don't know if that's just my experience but yeah, just another thing to try.
All right, thanks, Pete.
Are you just lurking tonight, Pete? Where are you? In the car?
Yeah, I've turned the video off because the reception here is really bad. I've only got 2 bars, so I'm trying to cut down on the
bandwidth.
Yeah. So, and you probably can't really see much of me anyway. So,
and apologies to Pete, because I did tweet out some weeks ago and actually mentioned it on the show that Starlink is available everywhere, basically south of, let's call it Northampton eastwards. And it is true that it is available south of Northampton and eastwards, but it's not available south of Augusta, roughly in a line of Augusta eastwards, unfortunately. So Pete did drag a Starlink dish all the way down to Walpole, only to be told by me that I'm really sorry, but I tried to change the address and it just said not available in Walpole. That SpaceX are moving towards making it available there in 2022. So it will be this year, just not now.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
How long do you think all this will take?
About 2 weeks.
Really?
That's 2 weeks.
Any idea when you're going to be finished here?
2 weeks.
I thought that was for the Shanghai reopening. 2 weeks.
Oh look, I'd be doing star jumps if it was as soon as that.
That'll be a while.
I reckon it'll be 2 months. But anyway,
I don't want to see that, Harold.
Let's not get
jumps.
Let's not get too sad about Shanghai, because it's sad enough as it is. So a little PSA that we had was, I'll just bring up the tweet, which is why it's always a good idea to subscribe or follow Tesla_WA, which is Tokwa's Twitter handle. And that is this little PSA coming up. A tweet that we did, and it was thanks to Pete actually. And it was this one right here. So currently the Cogenup Fast DC charger is exhibiting dodgy behavior to the point where it's basically not really working properly at all. And maybe Pete, you might be able to speak to that for a moment.
We rocked up at Cogenup hoping to charge on that Synergy. It's a 50 kilowatt tritium DC charger. It's got CCS2 one side and Shadowmo on the other side. Unfortunately, the CCS2 side was out, even though there was a card that charged on it earlier that morning. I rang ChargeFox and they tried to restart it, reboot it. They've tried twice to no avail. So plan B was to use the HPWC, the wall connector, the destination charger at the home timber hardware. And that worked fine, but meant we had to sit there for 3.5 hours. So we decided to go to the pub, grab a meal, killed an hour and a half, and then watched the Netflix movie for the next 2 hours, and got to Walpole at about 1:30 at night. It was a bit of an adventure, but
do you pay for that one? Is that a paid charger?
No, it's a free one. That one.
Oh, it's a free one.
The HPWC is a free one that Home Timber and Hardware very
This is why I'm always banging on at Tesla to put in more superchargers, because they actually care about maintaining their network. And it's it's the highest priority. So it's just, I'm just seeing all these equipment failures going on and going.
Yeah, 2027 they're putting in some more chargers.
Oh, brilliant!
There'll be
Yeah. Oh, well.
19,000 poverty pearl white
And
Teslas on the
recently
road.
given
That'll
up
be-
hounding out useless politicians as to when they're going to finally maybe commit to putting out a tender for the supposedly EV highway.
And they've changed the name of that now, Richard. It's a bus lane.
I've
So
actually
it's
got a
the-
meeting
Is
with
it an
our
electric bus lane at
environment
least?
minister.
It's just a bus
I've
lane.
actually got a meeting with our environment minister in a few weeks.
Oh, you
Mr. Whitby.
Oh,
Yeah,
Is that
young
Reece
Reece,
Whitby?
he's my local member.
what a great member he is. He's a great guy. Yeah, wouldn't take any
So
calls.
before we get
What are
deeper
you
into
planning
that,
to say?
sorry,
Better pause it.
and Nigel, go straight after this little bit. This is currently this is from supercharge.info, and many thanks to Charles for putting up the Margaret River supercharger site is now open.
Good work, Charles.
It was a bit slow of me. I put a post on TMC just to confirm for once and for all that the Margaret River site is actually completely open, even though there is, and I'll just grab that that post, even though there is effectively a metal chain with bunting on it that blocks off the first lane, and I'll just bring that up. There's bunting that's just blocking the entry, but it's not because it's trying to stop you from accessing the supercharger. It's actually, I'll just bring this post up in 2
Richard
seconds.
Cooper, you were just there. Is that right?
I was,
So-
yes.
So,
So
is that
this
right?
is this is something I just mocked up, but basically on the first part where you would normally, the actual supercharger, the main DC supply is here and the stalls are along here, but they've got this chain up because you've got this center island, people will do a hard left to try and stay in this lane, and they end up hitting the bollard that's protecting this concrete column, and they mostly damage their cars. So they've put this chain up as a deterrent, and what they want people to do is to drive up and go to the next row and then circle back. So that's why this chain is up, and some people have misinterpreted it as it's not ready for access, but it is. And unfortunately, this chain looks like it's going to be pretty permanent because people just don't know how to drive properly.
It's zero problem.
So
Absolutely zero problem.
well, it is if you drive properly, but unfortunately, I just said the obvious, which was most people don't drive properly.
No,
so
what I mean,
Sometimes those bollards jump out at you, though. They have been
They
known
do.
to-
Yeah.
the chain is no
Dangerous
problem.
They
because
jump
you've
straight
got-
out.
yeah, go Richard. Sorry, go Richard.
I say it. I charged there last week, and that chain is zero problem. It's just you drive
Yeah,
around, reversing and parking.
Yeah, that's all right.
That's
for,
right.
you know,
So you just need to be
distinguished
aware
gentlemen like
that
yourself. That's all right.
yeah, but the main thing is just be aware that just because there's a chain there doesn't mean it's stopping you from using the supercharger. Just go around it. So treat it like it's a one-way street or something like that. In fact, so one way that would have fixed it is if they had it as a no exit. If they put signs that said no exit and it's only entry only, that would be okay. But then again, humans being what they are, a human will go against the no exit sign and scrape against the bollard protecting the column.
And
It's okay if you've got sidetrack, though.
they've tightened up all the wires. You can't see any of the cables. And
Yes, yeah, absolutely, yeah. So it's completely open. All the stalls are working, and all the destination charges, of which there are 3 as well, are also fully functional.
that's great.
Okay.
What's
That blue dot on your supercharge.info map, Harold, is that Lancelin?
Yes, it is. Yeah, so that's the permit. So if you go to supercharge.info/map, and you'll see discuss, and that will actually go to the post on TMC or Tesla Motors Club about the Shire of about the supercharger.
TMC. I thought you meant like that.
So this is the original Shire of Gin application, and then there's subsequently been a newer version of it with a little bit of toing and froing. So Tesla is slated to be on the left and Synergy on to the right or to the east of I forget what the park's called now, but anyway, it's
Kigalong Park.
That seems to be their
Kick a
sort of
ball
standard
along
rollout now
Park.
for here. The three 250 kilowatt stalls. That seems
Well,
to be
except for Karanup, which is 6. So they seem to come in Australia. They seem to come in sets of 3. Even though I did actually look at an old photo of the internals, it's the same as a 4-stall setup, but they've only filled in 3 of the pairs of converters. So for some reason, there's a policy in Australia to restrict it to 3, which might mean that Tesla had discussed, or it was discussed that Tesla were going to up their version 3 supercharger power levels to 320 kilowatts, I think. So maybe that's just going to be easier to do in Australia with just 3 stalls instead of 4 per.
So you're saying if they keep that extra capacity inside the racks, then that allows that equipment to be installed. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get into the weeds, if you look at the actual plaque, which is really easy to look at Williams, at Karanup it's not. I think it actually states that the total cabinet is 550 kilowatts, but that's sort of at odds with the 250 kilowatt nameplate capacity of each stall, and the fact that Tesla say or claim that none of the stalls are shared. So it's not like Eaton, where if you go on 1A and 1B, you want to try and be 1 stall away from another car or a gap, so that you don't share.
If they had batteries deployed, and that would make sense.
Except they don't.
Yeah, I thought I think I originally thought they would, but no.
Me too. I made that big
jumped in and said
mistake
no.
until I was corrected by someone that knew.
Same.
And there is no battery storage in them at all. So perhaps they've just decided in Australia that's a setup they prefer to do, and that's what they've done. I think the very first V3 supercharger in
Launceston?
Not Launceston.
Launceston. Yeah, that was right.
Launceston.
Yeah, Charles will know where it is, but I think Charles has left us.
Devonport.
No, he's still with
Devonport.
us.
Oh, sorry,
Devonport,
sorry, Charles.
Still
I was looking
with
right
us,
at you, and I just couldn't. Sorry, Charles. Apologies, Devonport. Devonport. Sorry. Which is awesome, and is that a 6 there, Charles, or a 3?
That's a 3.
Oh, it's a 3. Yeah, cool.
First V3 in Australia, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
And was Perth the second? Sorry, Williams. Oh no, Karanup was the second, because in New South Wales there was that one that was constructed.
I know there were quite a few in Victoria around the same time.
Oh right, cool. Because what was the one that had been under construction? It was effectively finished in October last year, but didn't get turned on until a month or so ago at one of the shopping centres.
Kirrawee in.
Yes. And it festered and festered and festered for ages, even though it was ostensibly finished.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so they're all the version 3s in Australia are 3 or 6, and there are a few other countries that are like that as well. In China, they're all multiples of 3. I mean, all the recent ones are. They got
really?
15, 21. So they're all, even as they get bigger, they still stick to that 3 per stall thing.
Yeah, right.
I'm not sure if they just figured, that's a better split for the power, because the actual capacity is identical to the North American ones that have 4 stalls.
Yep.
Don't know why they've changed it. They just thought it's a better split, I guess.
I wonder if that 550 kilowatt allocation between the 3 is because they reason that it's very unlikely that 3 vehicles will turn up at exactly the same time, all draw 250 kilowatt. I would imagine that their modelling has gone, well, the likely peak that we're ever going to get is 550.
They've done the modelling. They'd have the data. They would know exactly what's going through.
Right.
And the thing is, Tesla are famous at pushing the boundaries of what their nameplate says. So I don't have it handy here, but if you look at the CCS adapter that the old Model S's and X's, in fact, every Model S and X in Australia, if you've paid for it, has to use an adapter to use CCS. And that adapter has some laughable power or current limit of, I think it's 210 amps, and they jam 360 amps through it easily. And even though the actual laser inscribed printing says, I think it says 210 amps. So Tesla are notorious for pushing boundaries.
Excellent.
Well, as bad as Nigel's shirt tonight. That's pushing some boundaries, isn't it, Nigel?
Now,
That's
now
Nigel
pushing-
F, not Nigel Saunders.
Now, pushing boundaries, I think it was Buzz Lightyear that said that he'd like to go to infinity and beyond. And that's a great segue to an article that I saw about a electric train that Fortescue Metals is doing. And it's claimed to be the world's first infinity train, if ever there was one, that can basically recharge itself with gravity.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, they've taken this. So Progress Rail reckon that they're going to build 14 megawatt hour locos and deliver them to F&G by next year. I'm skeptical because that's an epic amount of energy storage. You know, there's six wheel bogies on them, so they can keep the axle weights lower. Until I work in rail. Yeah, look, we'll see.
So if it's true, the claim is that I mean, there's nothing remarkable about a gravity engine that's easy to do. So they basically leave doesn't matter what state of charge they leave the mine at. They can basically go downhill the whole way, most of the way, recharge their batteries full enough to take the empty train back slightly uphill to the mine.
It depends on your alignment. Like it depends on the contour of your railway. Every railway is different. So, you know, that when a driver drives a train, like he might, you know, have a different profile for, he will have a different profile for different driving a different railway, but different drivers will drive in different ways. They'll power the front locos up while they're trailing the rear ones down, and they'll turn the front ones off and use the rear ones to power over hills. And so there's a lot to it. And some drivers might put it in essentially autopilot and just go, well, you do it. So but I think it's mostly just a marketing thing, you know, that like, oh, you know, it's selling it to people that have no technical understanding, just saying, look, oh, it's just powered by gravity. And it's and when you actually see the data on, you know, your tractive effort and your regen, your dynamic braking it's called, but it's a lot more complicated.
I think they've learned a lot from the loco situation they had a couple of years ago, haven't they?
BHP, you mean?
That was BHP.
Where they had to remodel some of their trains.
The trackless train trial.
Learned a few things from that, haven't they?
Yeah, I know quite a lot about that. That's it's an interesting set of circumstances.
Yeah.
Hey, look,
Absolutely.
we're all brothers and sisters in the same game. You know, we don't like it to happen to next door.
Exactly right.
So I had an interesting week last week. Does anyone hear about my joys and woes of doing 2,000 Ks in 4 days?
Absolutely.
Please do.
So
how many hitchhikers you pick up, Rich?
Should we get the popcorn out?
How many hitchhikers you pick up? Do you have a few? Or?
So is there a disparity between the pickup and drop-off numbers?
Yeah.
So I threw a few clothes in the boot with my modern spare tire, which is great because it's only like this high and you can pack stuff on top of it, which you can't do with a normal tire, I imagine. Headed off down to Margaret River, and that was fine. We stopped at Eton for a coffee. Actually, I went to Treendale. I'll try Treendale. I think I'll go to Eton next time because there's not much Eton drink in what Treendale is. But anyway, and then we head off to Margaret River, and we thing about going somewhere where there's a supercharger, you don't need to worry about charging overnight. You just get up in the morning and plug it in for 15 minutes and it's done, which is a joy. And then next night we booked into Scottsdale, which is just out of Walpole. It was an Airbnb with no charger. So I plugged my my 12 amp socket into a 10 amp thing and that was fine. That worked just perfectly. But it only gives you like not even half a battery over all night. So that was interesting. So then after Scottsdale, we were going to Esperance that next day. So we headed out to Ravensthorpe and just made it to Ravensthorpe and charged up at 20 kilowatts, which is a bit slow, but that's the best they got. And then went down to Esperance and we were plugged in at the Airbnb. I thought, oh, this isn't going to work because I've got to get back to Ravenswood tomorrow morning. Ravensthorpe rather. Oh shit. So luckily I'd seen young Harold and got a Type 2 cable, and PlugShare tells me that Horizon Power have a charging spot. So I pulled up there, and this is just about dark, and it was a bit rainy, and it was 5 k's away from the Airbnb. So my wife says, why don't we just see if there's a cab? So I looked on my app, and there's taxis in Esperance, thank God. So we put a taxi back to the Airbnb, left it overnight. It's all very secure. I wasn't worried about being insecure. Yeah, that's it. Beautiful. So that charged up over 5 hours. So it gave us a full battery in the morning, and I walked the 5 k's back to the car. That was a nice walk through the bush and everything.
Oh, wow.
Jesus Christ. Young Crocodile Dundee here.
I can't walk. I can only walk about 400 meters, and then my left foot starts to wake. I've got to
5 kilometers.
So I yeah, it took a little while, and anyway, I got back to the car and went picked up my wife, and we headed off to Ravensthorpe again. Charged up a while, and I met was it Darren, who owns the BP station?
Yep.
And I was chatting to him about it all, and he said that to get 50 kilowatts, they're going to have to bury you've got a wire that goes through the air down to the pole. That's all got to be put underground apparently. And he said they don't really want to do that anyway because the power to Ravensthorpe is pretty sketchy at the best of times. It comes all the way from Collie. So I don't know if that's going to happen very quickly. I don't know, Harold, what do you think?
The news I've heard at the EVA meeting, Aunt Day's not here, unfortunately, but the news there is positive that application is progressing. What they need to do is there's actually a pole here, and then the actual main power pole is to the left. It's a bit off screen, say about here. Yep. So there's an overhead wire going here down to where the meter box is there. So that will have to be dug underground to a green consumer hat to where they upgrade the power. But apparently that's progressing quite well, and it might just be a matter of 1 or 2 months before that actually is done.
Oh, cool.
Which will be awesome.
So is that Western Power doing that?
Yes, it's Western Power. You have to apply through Western Power. It has nothing to do with Synergy. It's a Western Power of the poles and wires, whereas Synergy is
you just said they'll be done in 1.5 months. I was like, is that coming Western Power? Obviously contracting that out. Okay.
So while I was there at the car, this guy wandered up, some other guy wandered up, and I was chatting about it, and I said, where are you going? I said, I'm off to Esperance. He said, oh, you realise that Esperance there's a power outage in Esperance, don't you? And I said, seriously? He says, nah, gotcha.
Yeah, they're good down the country. They're very quick.
So that was very funny. So then
they're very sharp, Richard.
So then we went up to Hyden and stayed at the Wave Rock Resort, which was interesting because no one else was there. And when you're driving out to the resort, it's like you're going through Chernobyl.
Wicked.
It's just unbelievable.
Chernobyl now or Chernobyl as it used to be?
Chernobyl now.
That's Russians.
Just talking glowing people.
No, it was desolate. Oh my God, it was awesome.
Wicked.
And we just plugged in there and charged overnight. That was fine. And then I headed off. Some friends of ours just moved into a place near Coolin, so we dropped a bit of charge in at Coolin, went and had tea with them for a cup of tea with them for an hour, and then off to Williams. And the superchargers are bloody marvelous. You can go anywhere when you supercharge.
Yeah.
And then,
hey, Richard.
It was great. So I'll show you.
Richard Cooper, when I was in Esperance in December, I got a Tesla destination charger in the CBD.
Yep.
It was 200 meters away from the hotel. So, and they let me stay connected until I needed to be out at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I stayed connected as long as I parked away from their laundry, and they were happy with that. It cost me like $10 or $15 a one-off charge, and that then gave me a full charge.
Cool.
That's
brilliant.
We thought, oh, stuff it, this Airbnb thing isn't going to work. So we rang around all the destination charges, and everywhere was full. I don't know what's going on in Esperance, but every place was full. So we just, I did the 5K hike. Yeah, so.
And
Yeah,
RSC camp at RSC Caravan Park at Esperance also has the Sentinel Type 2 charger. That's reasonably new. That was put in December. ChargeFox are running it, but it's the Sentinel one. So you got to get those the app coinciding with the push the green button and then connect the car and then connect to this. Otherwise, it just throws a wobbly.
Harold, do you know that one?
Oh, sorry, where was that, Steve? I was
The RSC Caravan Park at Esperance. That's definitely there. I was there in December.
RAC resorts have just been amazing for rural charging, but they've generally just been, you know, plugging your own cable into the either 20 amp or 32 amp.
You mean
three
Schneider,
phase.
Steve?
This
Oh,
is
sorry.
in the visitor car park before you enter. You go through the drop gate and you go into the caravan park proper. But it's where they do that mobile coffee in the morning as well.
Right. So
this is where we stayed in Scottsdale, and that's my car just parked.
Wicked.
Yeah.
Is that a meth lab, Richard? Looks like a meth lab. What are you doing? Some cooking down there or something? That water container.
That's not water. That's not water, Jared.
Yeah, exactly.
That's meth.
That's meth. Oh, Richard, eh?
Oh, and tell me what that is.
Yeah, what is that?
That's
It's
pretty
like a half piece of a giant nipple.
That's
It's an assault thing.
It's a hypersaline swimming pool that.
Excellent.
Oh, did you go in that?
No, it's too cold. But
you could walk on water.
There are little toilets and showers in each things, and you walk down the stairs and go into it. It's amazing.
So what's the centre of it? Is that the rest of the salt? Is that like a big dump truck just put a big pile of salt in the centre?
Go back to that, Richard.
It's actually one of our tailings dams.
Richard, is that you pay for that?
No, it's part of the resort. I think I think you probably could pay to go in it, but we just stayed at the resort but we
get that with the resort.
It was there. It was 50 meters from my the little chalet we were in. I didn't even know it was there until I threw the drone up. I thought, shit, what's that? Oh, it's just over there. It wasn't very well signposted. Oh, the place is so desolate. It's awesome. Anyway, I'll stop sharing. So we had a fun trip. It was good.
That's good.
Oh, wicked.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
The drone action.
Next time I will stay where there are destination charges just to get rid of it.
You have seen there's a new drone coming out, Harold?
No.
CGI is about to release a new drone.
Of course they are. It's like they're like iPhones, aren't they? There's a new one every year.
New charging method. Oh, Gabriel with a shirt on. Oh my God. Recognise
And he shot his hand up.
Recognise him from his police photo. He's changed.
Gabriel, how are you going?
Good, yourself. Thanks for
good, thanks.
The quick answer for the call. My girlfriend is very thankful.
What happened? You need credit card?
Pardon?
Use Harold's credit card. What happened?
There was an issue. There was an issue at the Riverton shops destination charger, which is about here, Stockland, Riverton. So the issue is that apart from being dominated by Model 3s everywhere because they're as common as muck.
Is that the Poverty Pearl van?
I'm not sure if that van has got pearl white. No, it's probably not. But basically, the left hand, the northerly charger, which is this one here, the left hand one, if you're facing sort of the building, is a little bit dicky. So what you need to do is, if you're plugged in, you need to hit this reset button and just press and hold it for a few seconds so the unit does a reset. When I went there, we had to do it I had to do it twice to get it to start charging again.
Yeah.
And that's what Gabriel's girlfriend found when she was there. Was misbehaving.
She has moved in. It's been 4 weeks. So I no longer own a Tesla. She is the owner now because she's just driving the whole time.
Well, you've lost your license now, haven't you?
Kind of. I kind of transferred some points to some friends, so I'm still allowed to drive. Because
You better cut that out, Harold.
Sorry, I'd say that was actually a joke. Gabriel didn't actually mean to say that. He was only
No,
just
no.
he was
There was no
euphemistically joking about it.
Of course, I'm joking, guys.
And that's
I don't
not
have
his
any
real
point.
name.
So I got a question. Today I want to check out the oil, the bio thing in the corner.
Biofuel.
Yeah. And
Yes.
It'd be John Edwards.
Throughout the charging, there are like 3 red lines next to the charger icon, the top middle. You guys have seen that?
That's a John Edwards question.
Well,
Harold.
Mr. Edwards is in the house.
Mr. Edwards in the house, unless that's a cardboard cutout of him. It's not the real one.
He is in the house. So Gabriel, are you saying the one in O'Connor? So it's this one here, isn't it? This is the one you mean?
Yep, that's correct. I just left there like 20 minutes ago.
Okay, so what's your question of John Edwards?
So while it was charging, in the icon that there's like a little battery and the percentage, or when you tap in there, it changes to the kilometers. Next to that, there was like 3 red lines.
No, that's your barbecue. That means your barbecue's on. So the little sausages, you got the little steamed
Yes.
sausages. Yeah. So that means it was time to get your meal ready. What that is, it's just the car is telling you that it's actually got its heater on. It's heating the battery, so it can accept the charge or a higher state of or higher rate of charge. So it's just a symbol indicating that the internal heater is on. Well, it's not an internal heater, but it's the battery heater.
Is it like the precondition when you go to the supercharger?
The same thing can happen, too. Although it might not show it. Yeah, go on, Richard.
No, I was just wondering, do we have that in our older Model S's and X's?
Look, the thing. Oh, yeah, we do. Well, yes, we absolutely can. We do heat our batteries.
I didn't know if there was an indication.
The thing is, it's been summer, so most of our cars would be sort of warmed up and stuff like that. So it's probably just come out as one of the new app revisions or new firmware revisions of the car and the Tesla app. But it does actually show you. Actually, I'll bring it up because it was on Facebook.
The app has just been updated to 4.7.0 on the phone, and 2022 got 12.1 on the car. For those of you that have got it,
My charging stats disappeared off my app about a week ago. I don't know what's going on there.
I think it's just you, Damo.
I'm starting to think that way too, Nigel.
It must be your magnetic personality, Damo, that's screwing up the motor, and the app and everything.
I know.
This thing Gabriel was talking about, was that something you see on the car screen or on the charger?
It was on the It was on the app.
Oh, wow. Okay.
On the app, you see these little sausages.
No, they're rashers of bacon.
Rashers of bacon.
Exactly the one.
That's right. So it only obviously occurs when you're fast charging, and it might not even bother showing when you're supercharging. But it's basically indicating that the battery heater is not. Well, it's not. It's saying that it's heating the battery.
I had that the other day, Harold. I thought I had COVID. I thought it was a COVID. Well, saying.
I've never seen that.
When you're
driving, for 2 days.
If you navigate to a supercharger, it comes up as well on your screen. Because when I was driving the Carrying Up the other day, I had my phone on with the Tesla app. It shows your car like driving as you go. It came up as well.
I hope you weren't touching your phone, Russell.
Not with my hands.
Okay.
There's no special tool to touch it.
And there's some
prop.
I thought you were going to sound effect, Harold. The sound effect this time?
What? Boom tish.
Oh no, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry. That was.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's it.
That was. This is the sound effect for Russell. And unlike Jared there, that is always and only a
Super Trooper.
But I think that there's
going to be
a lot of a lot of the other sound effects that we're going to get later on, because that's the
Harold.
newest one from Elon Musk.
There's going to be.
Anyway,
Harold.
John.
John's trying
Go,
to
John.
ask a question.
Sorry, go, John. Shoot.
I've got a question, but I've got a couple of very quick green theme updates. If
Yes, please do.
If anyone's interested. So I was last week or week before, I put a bit of a call out for help. We're going to change the brakes on the car, and thanks go out to Pete Harris and Pete Ship and Richard Baird showed up, and we were able to get all the discs and replace all the discs and all the pads. Took us 1 hour 20 minutes. So
wicked.
Good effort by those guys. So thanks for that help.
Oh, is that why Pete Ship's not here tonight? Something happened to him?
I can't see him tonight, but he's on there tonight. Yokohama have come good. They're going to give us 8 tyres for this rally at the end of the year.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, cool.
So that's really really good input for the campaign. And I've got 2 80 kilowatt chargers on the water from CTEC in China. They're actually on the ship that's leaving in 3 days' time. Mate. So they should be here, due to be here on the 3rd of May. So hopefully we can put those to work on the marathon. And I've also taken delivery of a new 4-ton truck that'll be carrying one of the chargers as well. So we'll be preparing that over the coming weeks and months to get that ready for the marathon. And just regarding the track day on the 14th of May, we'll sort of get started about 9 a.m. Harold that morning. There's a bit of paper, a few indemnities to sign, and then Jürgen does a bit of a driver briefing about how we're going to arrange ourselves, that we go out in groups of 4 and things like that. So try and show up by 9 o'clock if you can, whoever's coming. And we'll try and make a great morning up. A 2-hour session should be great.
Fantastic. Awesome. So Gabriel did describe, and I'll just remind everyone that John has got at 103 Garling Street a 50 kilowatt biofuel. So it looks like this. And the great thing is he's actually modified it now so that even though you do have to turn the generator on as the main power supply, the actual tritium charger itself has a permanent power supply for its computer system, so you don't have to wait the 5-minute countdown for it to start up.
Good.
So it starts up. I think it's about 30 seconds or less than 30 seconds from when you switch it on when it's good to go.
Well done, John. That's very nice. I was very happy to have tried that.
Awesome.
So yeah, anyone that can, feel free to frequent that. Obviously, any revenue is going to the Chuff campaign. I think that's right, John.
Yeah.
Yep. So, and that's a very worthwhile thing for it to go to. So, if you're caught a bit short, or you don't want to pay at Karanup because that's costing you 51 cents a kilowatt hour if you're a Model 3 owner without credits, go to O'Connor and you might even see John there in the workshop if you're there during the daytime. So I'm sure he'll give you a hammer or something and he'll hold the nail while you hammer it in, or vice versa. I suggest you hold the hammer, let John hold the nail. And it's a great place to go to and a great thing to use.
Yeah, well done, John. Good job.
Geez, if we get operator feedback, it'd be good, because we're trying to find out what people do wrong when they're trying to use it. So if my instructions aren't clear, if we can get feedback on that, it'd be good.
It is very clear. So English is my second language. As you can see, my English is pretty broken. And I managed to do that. So I think everyone can do that. The plug share thing is pretty clear. You do that, step 1, to do that. The only thing that is kind of different in the plug share description, it says that you have to turn it on and then start, but it was already on. So maybe you can edit that. Okay. The red thing there was already on. So maybe people can put like brute force and break it. I don't know. But yeah, well done. Good job. Good effort.
Awesome. Now, Charles has given me a little bit of homework to do. I'm just going to try something. So it's, oh yeah, let's just go straight to this, because this might be a customer for you, John. Hopefully this works. But the story of that, the purpose of that was that an Outback Cafe's creative solution to fuel crisis is served with chips on the side. So, unfortunately, John, if you're going to patent what you did, you're a bit late, mate, but it's all good. So, Charles, you've read this article, which I haven't, because I didn't get any pre-briefing. We didn't have a production meeting beforehand, unfortunately, because we don't have the budget for that. But yeah, what did it basically describe?
I wouldn't say I read it, so I'll kind of quickly read it now. I just sort of saw the headline and saw chip oil, and I thought, aha, that sounds familiar. And that's about as far as I got.
Oh yeah, cool. No worries.
It looks like they're using it for, just for normal fuel purposes, not for actual EV charging. But
yes, yep.
Having a quick look, I'm saying the same things that have been said about the biofuel. So we're filtering all the solids out of the oil and then dewatering it, they said. Don't know what that's all.
Yeah, that's interesting.
This is Cloncurry in Western Queensland. I think it's near Mount Isa.
Yes, been there. Yeah, yep.
Okay. You did in your lab? Yep.
Sorry, say again. Yeah. Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes. I don't want to brag, but I did go to Cloncurry.
19 days.
Cloncurry is
right at the far northwest, I think.
Oh yeah, that's this. Actually, I think this photo. Yeah, this is a very. I stayed at this one here, the caravan park, and there is actually a photo of my car there, and I can tell you a very quick story. So I charged here. The actual outlet's just there, and I did one of the Model X Merry Xmas shows for the owner of the caravan park, and which is all cool because what it does is it lowers it lowers all your side windows, and then it does the show and then closes up. And then I sort of went to my room and stayed overnight, and then there was a big thunderstorm, and when I got back in the morning, you can actually see it's a little bit faint, but you can see sort of like dust. There's like spots. So just here you can see all the spots of sort of like bull dust or whatever. So what happened was the tree, of course, above was all full of red dust, and then the rain very helpfully washed the tree onto my car, but my windows were down.
Oh no!
Because I'd forgot to put them up after the Merry Xmas show, so the inside of my car was just soaked. It was
alter that script.
It was absolutely soaked. I haven't got time this very minute to drag out the photos on my phone, but when I went to Hughenden, so the next destination from the lap or of the lap was to get to Hughenden, and while I was at the showgrounds, actually Hughenden now has got much better facilities, but at the showgrounds, I basically had everything out under a tree drying. You can't see it there, but it's a bit like spilling milk. You really wish you didn't, but there's nothing you can do about it. So it's like, oh well, you just got to carry on. And anyway.
I've banned Emma from carrying milk in the car anymore.
And don't carry. I used to be able to. I don't know if you can still buy it. It's like an orange juice concentrate, where it's like super concentrated, and you like dilute it with. It's like a pure orange juice concentrate. And I had that in a XC Falcon, and the bottle of it sort of rolled because I had to slam the brakes on or whatever, and it rolled off the front seat into the floor, the footwell, and like split open, and it was like, oh man, you just couldn't get that smell out ever. Anyway, cool. Thanks for that, Charles. That's a good scoop.
Yeah, brilliant.
Your chatting has given me a bit more time to actually read the article. So they're using it in their forklifts, and in the generators to run the site. So they're not selling or anything like that. It's just forklifts and generators.
Are they using it straight, or are they diluting it with diesel?
Looks like they're diluting it. Going through now 50-50 ratio combined with diesel fuel.
Yeah, cool.
Me and my mates used to chuck in a litre of paint thinner with a litre, with a tank of fresh vegetable oil. Back when we were environmental vandals.
Bit of toluene, eh? That's good for the environment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That was not our concern. Vegetable oil was 40p a litre and diesel was £1 a litre, so
yes.
Are they filtering it though? So it is used.
There was some filtering going on. Watered down, I think I said.
I don't think it was. It's not used, is it? Is it used, or is it? Are they new? Because that's the image there. Oh, it is used. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
It's used, yeah. And they said they're getting all the leftover oil from the other kitchens in the town, so they're sort of stockpiling it all. Drive 120 kilometres.
What I found from doing it was many years ago, 20 years ago, was the efficiency was about 2/3 of what diesel was, and apparently it would run hotter, so you would need to replace your plugs, and like it's not good for your engine long term because it runs hotter. But are they doing anything to mitigate that, or was that not covered?
I don't know if they've got that far. I must have only just started doing it. They haven't got any long-term.
Sorry, Richard, you just said change the plugs. It's a diesel.
Yeah, I heard that too, Nigel.
Yeah.
And Harold, Gabrielle's got his hand up again.
Oh, he just wants dessert.
So Richard, so you're referring to toluene and something else that you're running it in a petrol car, weren't you? Petrol engine.
No, diesel. No.
Okay. Well, there are no plugs unless you're talking about glow plugs.
Yeah, glow plugs.
Oh yeah, well you don't do glow plugs anymore. Modern diesels don't have them.
This was 20 years ago, and the cars we were using it on were very old.
That's when you had hair, like some of the rest of us in the room.
Indeed.
Just out of interest, what biofuel's doing at the moment is it starts on diesel, and it runs for a little while till it gets up to operating temperature.
Yep.
And then it switches over to veg. It's quite seamless. You just don't hear.
Yeah, brilliant. That's a really good way of doing it.
And then it runs on veg right up until you have finished your charge session, and then when you switch it off, it actually goes into a diesel purge cycle. It purges diesel back into the injector pump. So it runs on for 30 seconds after you switch it off, which is the purge, and then it shuts down. So it's, the injector pump's full of diesel, ready for the next start.
Good.
Cool.
That's genius.
So sorry, Gabrielle, you had your hand up.
Yes. So I'm heading to the bed because I'm gonna wake up early tomorrow again. But before that, I have an unpleasant story to tell you guys and ask advice, because most of you are wiser than me. So I was driving last week, and then a totally random guy was coming in the opposite direction, and they threw an egg on my car, 2 eggs. And one very strong right on the sides, and it damaged like quite a bit. So it looked like a grenade because the little pieces of the skin of the egg, it like hit, and then it's like pretty damaged. And I got the footage and I got the plate and everything. And the driver has a P plate in his car, in his Ute. And I wonder whether you guys have faced this before. So is it worth to go to the police and then do a...
Yes.
Oh,
absolutely.
Absolutely.
100%.
100%.
Would they
get
do
your
something
footage.
or just waste of time?
No, get your footage, put it on a. Just go and buy a memory stick at Officeworks, a cheap memory stick. Put it on a memory stick. Go to your nearest police station, and say that you've got, to get the footage, and then be ready to make a statement.
You can do it online, Harold. You don't need to go in. You can just do a police incident online, and they let you upload footage there too now. You can do videos and stuff.
Can I upload it online as well?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, that's nice. You didn't know that.
Cool. It
Yeah,
has to be
because-
like under a certain size, but it's enough. You should be fine. Just be careful when you're getting the footage off your cameras. Just be aware that each video, although if you're watching in a car, it appears as one video, it's broken up into minute segments on your actual camera. So you might have to get a couple of them and join them together into one video before you send it off.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna do that. I'm a bit skeptical to do that because as soon as I arrived in Australia 3 years ago, I used to have a BMW S1000R, very nice motorcycle, and I didn't have insurance because the guy I bought it from was a second hand. I asked him the insurance and he said he didn't have any. So I asked him and he said, "Oh, it's all right. In Australia, you don't have to have insurance." And I was very...
Well, in WA, it's okay. Yeah, your rego will, it's third party insurance.
And I was very naive and didn't put an insurance, and I got it stolen. And then I got a footage from the neighbor because I used to live in the city, so all of the buildings there, they have CCTV. I got everything. I put the video together, and I drew a timeline what happened. So this day he came with this plate, this guy tattoo in this place, blah 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 blah. And I brought a USB drive of 64 gigabytes, not the cheapest one. And the police got it. After 3 months, they got back to me saying that they didn't find a motorbike. And I went back there to get my USB driver and they lost it. So I was stolen twice. So I'm a bit skeptical of going to the police again and get stolen again.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Before Russell wisely said you can do it online. If you actually did do it in person, just go and buy the cheapest one at Officeworks for like, I don't even know, probably $5.
I'm going to
like
do online,
like a really cheapy one or something like that if you want to do it and talk to them. But as Russell sort of indicated, you can do it online. What's the site? Is that, I guess it's just police.wa.gov.au, Russell, something like that?
Google.
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, police report.
What is it called? Police report? The thing that I have to do?
Yeah, grinder.com.
What is it?
Grinder
Sorry, second.
with the shirt off. When you do the police report, Gabriel, get your shirt on.
Police. All right.
No,
police
Go to
report,
the
all right.
grinder sites.
Just type in WA police incident report and
Yeah,
Google that and
report.
you'll find it. Yep.
All right. Cheers, guys.
And you should definitely report it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
So,
What speed were you doing at the time?
What is it? Sorry.
What speed were you doing at the time? Like,
about
and I'm not a cop.
120 Ks.
It was about 50 per hour.
About 50. So
Yeah.
if that's 100 Ks an hour closing speed, that's 100 Ks an hour of a projectile going into your car. So yeah, that would be a lot of
It's
force.
dangerous.
Yeah, not 100 because the egg came on diagonal, so it's not like straight in the front. It was on the side of the car. So
Yeah.
something like 70, which is like pretty strong anyway.
Report it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright,
man.
good.
Do 'em.
Richard Cooper's got to stop doing this sort of thing. It's just
Yeah, it was probably him.
New eggs, they're bigger.
You guys get retired and you got nothing to do but better than throwing eggs at people. Unbelievable.
Perhaps, Gabriel, if you had a slightly different vehicle, it might have done better because it would have been able to dodge the egg a bit better. Something perhaps like this.
Tangent time.
Like a tank.
Like Family Guy.
Yeah,
Just
so
replace
true.
it. Just look at the just look at the rear wheel. Not yet. Like now.
Right?
Yeah. So it actually it actually kicks out.
Thanks.
Yeah. That would be great.
Pretty cool.
And of course, the egg would have been just completely
Oh,
smashed.
Unless it hit the
Cooked.
side window, it'd probably break it.
With a hammer. All right,
That's
guys, thank
right.
you. I'm heading off to bed. Thank you for
Cool.
the advice. I'm definitely gonna do that.
No worries, Gabriel. Good luck with that. Hope it all works
Thank
out.
you.
Thanks, Gabriel.
Catch up next weekend. See ya.
See you, mate.
Take care.
Good.
Yeah, mate. I actually reckon there might be an appetite for Cybertrucks up in the Pilbara in terms of work, just because it's just so ridiculous. But I have a feeling it might actually work and just be so ridiculous that it might get a few people on board, and then it'll actually work, and then they'll be like, "Oh, okay, I thought it was just a bit of a laugh."
Thing is, it totally will work.
But not until after 2024, because DC charging is essential in the Pilbara, especially for a Cybertruck.
I don't see a need for DC charging like in a work environment in the Pilbara.
Especially
Carmen, what do you think about DC charging? Carmen,
Yes, tell me.
what do you think about DC charging? What's your views on DC charging? Do you AC charge or DC charge?
Are you an Akka or a Daka?
What is my 11 kilowatt?
AC.
That's AC.
I like
That's
it.
AC.
I like it.
But
So
you
what's
can
DC?
250 kilowatt DC, and when we can't.
like the Tesla charger.
Yes,
Yeah.
a supercharger.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah,
I
that's
like
good.
that one. Much easier.
So I think what Richard was referring to in the Pilbara, which would be rather awesome, is this.
Are you talking about the skimpy shows?
No.
Oh.
That looks like wheelies.
Yeah, that's
It
the
is.
Pilbara, Broken City.
I like that.
That's what you want to see. Just more of that.
Looks awesome.
It does. It does. Bring
It
it
is
on.
going to be a revolution. I can't wait to see. Oh man, it's just going to launch like a whole like subculture of like people graffitiing their cyber trucks. That people are going to be welding stuff onto the side. There'll be 50 cal machine guns in Ukraine. It's going to be amazing. You know,
It looks so much better now too with them aero covers removed.
Yeah.
Oh
the
yeah,
wheels.
yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, actually, Damo, did I hear you get some rash the other day?
Yeah.
Hey? I mean, your car tyres, they get a bit of rash, little curb rash going on.
Yeah, yep.
Did you get it sorted?
Oh.
Nah, not yet. I'll get it done soon, hopefully.
Who are you going to go to? Are you going to get that guy out? Because I've got the same problem. But I blame my wife. I said, no, my wife did it. Bloody Renee.
Yeah, some guy in Malaga, I can't remember the name. Harry said go there from Tesla.
Oh, you got to take it to him?
Yeah, I've got to take the wheel to him and organise something else to put on. He reckons 3 days, but he can't do it for about 2-3 weeks, he said the other day.
Well, Tesla offer a service of $300 where you drive in there and they replace the wheel instantly. They give you another wheel, another rim, put your tyre on it, and they cost $300, $290 to be exact.
Are you sure, man? They didn't say anything like that to me, eh?
Yeah, they do. They've got ones made. I've had it done once.
Yeah, but Jared, I wonder if they've still got stock or not, perhaps.
They had a lot when I was there. They had like
Jared, I'll check that out tomorrow, actually.
yeah, they had like 6 ones that they've sent off, repaired them, had them repaired for $100 and something, and then of course waited for you to come back and swap it out. But they look brand new. They look good. You couldn't tell it after the
Damo, Under Excess in Osborne Park, they did a great job refurbing and glossing my road trip 19-inch wheels. Yeah, they did. Oh man, immaculate. So,
yeah, but how long does it take? Damien can't drive around a couple of poverty tyres. You know? But look, you don't drive around for 3
my
days.
situation was a bit different because I
Snoop
dropped
Dogg
off the
machine.
rims and I think like they were done before I was ready to pick them up. So, but that was a bit different. But yeah, I really recommend them.
What's this place called, Richard?
Under Excess I can send you the link.
Yeah, if you could, please, man.
Did you,
No,
Jared?
yeah.
Jared? Did you try Andrew from Smart
No, I
Finish?
tried ringing him, but obviously he's as busy than a bloody gynecologist in a
Oh shit, yeah, because he's
Bangkok.
mobile.
Yeah, I tried ringing him, he never answered. And trying to get through, I couldn't get through. So
Oh.
So these are Richard's awesome aero wheels.
Oh, they look smoking hot, Richard.
No, they don't.
Where
No,
were
they don't, but they were efficient.
It was there in Thornley.
Hang on, I'll take you to them because I'm under Excess's advice. I actually got them.
Are we
gloss
going past
black.
the new lounge?
Yeah, the new lounge is there. Emma's on it.
You just spotlighted
that's-
so we can see you better.
Oh, I've got the bloody
Would you like to plug the
Blur
where you got the new lounge from?
They're on.
Oh, who hasn't cleaned up the garage? Emma. Jeez, such a bad.
There's a new lounge. There you go.
Oh, there's the new lounge. Where's
Oh my
that
God, my
motorbike?
car. Where's my car?
Where's the
Oh,
motorbike?
the motorbike. Don't ask it. Right.
Oh
So
dear. Oh no.
no.
Okay.
What happened?
Oh, there's an issue with the motorbike. Hang on.
hang on. Right. Well, anyway,
Go to the power
there's a lot
wall.
of stuff.
It was a good story.
It started off as a good story. What are you taking us on a
Should we
tour?
come back to you in a moment, Richard, perhaps?
Yeah, what's going on? You're
Yeah.
telling us some dodgy method.
You can kind
He's
you
gone.
kind of see him.
What are you showing?
Very
us?
dark.
Very dark.
Yeah, I'm not going to bother. I'm giving up.
You need
Yeah.
to clean
There's a lot
that
of stuff.
shoe. That shoe rack is disorganized. Clean that shoe rack up.
So
Before next Wednesday, I want to see that shoe rack organized, please.
It would look like this, basically, but just a slightly different
Yeah.
colour, I think.
But
Yeah.
epoxy.
So under Excess said, it looked much better with the red of the car if you got them in a gloss black. So I did, and yeah, look, I don't rate them as a.
Yeah, but
They don't look good, but
Damo can't drive around, with dodgy, tires while he's waiting for his good ones to get done.
Like this, perhaps, Richard. A bit more like that.
Oh,
Not
they really
quite.
don't look good. Yeah, they do look slightly better in gloss black, but
Very
I
heritage.
didn't get them for aesthetics. But going up to Broome and back, we probably got an extra a few Ks of efficiency. So
Oh, yeah.
and they're 19s, so as opposed to my 21s that that we have for going around Perth. So when we rolled into the campsite in Broome with 2Ks range left, like it meant that we could maintain a higher speed on the way into Broome. So but yeah, what else was I going to say? Oh yeah, the bike. So I mean, this is a Tesla show, right? But I guess we can take a tangent.
It's an
talk
EV.
motorbike.
It's an EV, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was going to the airport for a site visit. So about 3:00 in the morning, South Street. Suddenly the bike says shutting down, and I'm like, "You kidding me?" Anyway, so so it said shutting down, call service. So I managed to pull off, and anyway, yeah. After a couple of attempts, did the old turn it off, walk away, turn it on again, and it cleared it. Anyway, got to the airport, and then coming back home after a day or two later, row highway, 100k an hour, did the same thing. But what I reckon it is when you come off the throttle, you can actually push it away from you, and it gives you more regen. And the twice that I did that, about 30 seconds later, it shut down on both occasions. So I thought, okay, maybe there's I don't know, the batteries aren't warm enough, or the power's coming in, it's got nowhere to go. So I thought it's something like that. So I thought, you know what, I won't use that extra regen ability, which is annoying because when you're in cruise control, it's actually quite a gentle way of disconnecting the cruise control and getting a bit more regen when there's a bit of traffic coming up. But anyway, Monday morning, I jump on the bike, it's wet, I've got all my wet stuff on, I'm ready to go, jump on the bike, and it just says call service. And I'm like, oh, okay, right. Anyway, luckily Emma wasn't doing anything, so drove the car into work and got Harley service to come and pick it up and take it to Perth Harley, and they reckoned that it was about 3 software updates behind where it needed to be. So Midland or Midvale Harley, hadn't got it up to the latest updates. So I reckon that's all it is really. I reckon there's a lot of parameters that, it reckons that things are out of, that are not right, and actually they are, or parameters are too tight, but yeah, there's a list of like a dozen error codes with the inverter, with the motor, with the battery that the guy read off to me. But like they sound worse than I think they are. I think a lot of the stuff that those alarm codes are what we get in our Teslas when either the pack's really cold, like when your regen is limited, or when your charging is limited, when the cells aren't up to temperature. But I reckon a lot of that Tesla is really shielded us from, and the Harley software is just terrible. Like it's just like I haven't even managed to connect the phone to the bike. Like there's about 4 steps where it says to pair your bike and your phone, like turn on the bike and get it ready for pairing, and then the next step is like turn on your bike and put it in run. The next step is prepare your bike for getting ready to connect, and then it's just it's all over the place. We're all so
Take it to the dealer and make them do it, Richard.
Oh no, they're often just as clueless, unfortunately.
They're all like selling products if they don't know what they're
yeah, but look, come on, it's Harley, right? Like if it doesn't leak all over the floor, they have no idea what it does. Right. Which is why Harley have spun Livewire out as its own brand. So all of the live wires are 2020, and they're spinning it out as their own sub brand because I think they just don't have the expertise to really deal with it in a Harley dealership. They just look at it and go, it hasn't got a carburetor, I have no idea. But anyway, they've done they've got all the error codes off of it. They did 3 sequences of updates. The guy said he took it for a ride, plugged the diagnostics back in, and none of the error codes came back up. So it's basically ready to pick up. So when we're out of isolation on Friday night, Saturday morning, I'll go and pick it up. So yeah. So
are you in isolation?
Unfortunately, yes. Little Bubs was at daycare with someone else who had COVID. So
did you get it?
As from tomorrow or from midnight tonight, the isolation rules have changed.
Yes. No. Emma was looking at the rules. We've been caught by the rules before they've changed. So it's like, look, we're just playing it by the rules and just,
Yeah, but once they change, you're
right.
free.
It's very similar to Nigel
from tonight.
Yeah, from midnight.
Yeah, from midnight tonight.
Yeah.
You only have to isolate if somebody in your household has got COVID.
Okay.
Nothing. So as of tomorrow, the isolation rules change, and you don't have to isolate anymore.
Dead right. Dead right. If you want to check,
is that
Richard,
affected by the fact that he was in daycare?
Doesn't matter
without
because,
a mask. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only time you have to isolate is if you're in a household with.
Richard, your son hasn't got it.
Well, we're not testing positive for it at the moment, but we've got scratchy throats and headaches and stuff. But it might be something different.
Yeah, it could be just a flu.
Potentially being symptomatic's a problem, though.
You rat tested him?
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing.
Clear.
Yeah, right. I mean, all you can do is look at Nigel's shirt and realise that you never put your reds in the whites.
Look, Jared, if you really like this shirt, I'll sell it to you.
It definitely says to me, do not wash reds with whites.
No, this was the original colour, mate.
It's not the original colour. You had a laundry malfunction, I can tell. Sorry, I had to get that out. It's been killing me all night.
It's actually not a pink. It appears that on the webcam.
It's light red.
It's a
It's
light red.
puce. It's puce.
It's puce. Oh, God. I've got a quick question for Lance. Have you got your car?
Yeah, I picked it up yesterday.
Oh, well, tell us about it. We're
Congratulations.
I couldn't sleep last night.
Poverty pearl with black interior.
Yeah, congratulations, man.
And you had the 10.5 seconds.
I got the 5-star treatment. As it turned out, I think I've told you before that there were 2 shipments coming across and I missed the first shipment. And so I was stuck in Melbourne. It turned out there were 4 cars that were stuck in Melbourne. So I actually picked it up from the showroom and got 5-star treatment. Well, they came out to the car and offered to take me through everything. And I said, no, it's all good. I'll just take it and go.
But Lance, do you know why they did that?
Yeah.
Did what?
Because I think I know why they did that. Because up until now, delivering cars has been a frantic chore because there's been so many to deliver.
Yeah.
But with the Shanghai Gigafactory profoundly shut for the time being,
holiday time,
they're probably lamenting that, oh no, we haven't got cars to deliver and we can't sort of, we need human interaction. So they wanted to hold on to you as long as possible.
It was basically you were a training thing from Lance.
Yeah, probably.
So they would train how to move the car on.
And I guess, Lance, when they said, so have you got any questions? And you would have said quite rightly, well, no, because I go to Tokwa's Ask Us Anything, they go, oh, damn,
That's exactly what I said. She said, well, you know more than me, so you go for it.
Is that little Irish lady?
Yeah, Kira.
She was still one that was really nice and said, my mother-in-law said, is there any USB ports in the back of the car? And she said, no, there's no USB ports in the car. When the other sales guy come running over really quickly going, no, there's actually 4 in the car. But in fairness, she was only there 2 weeks. So
yeah. No, she's great. And she was first up to offer that you'll know more than me probably if you've been searching on YouTube and a part of this forum.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So Lance, did you get the number plate protectors?
I did, yes, which I've now taken off because I've got the plates changed already.
There you go.
Won't fit. So, but yeah, I did. But the first delivery, when there was 300 or 400, they didn't get the plate covers.
No, I missed out back in March of last year. I had to go back to the showroom when they had some. But I did keep a lot of the bugs off when I drove to Broome recently.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it would.
They give it to you, Steve?
Sorry, again?
They give it to you, the plate cover?
Yeah, they did. I had to ask and then told them when it was available. So wandered in and picked them up.
That's good.
So Lance, have you worked out whether the front USB ports do data as well? So can you play music through them, or do you have to use the dash cam memory stick for that in the glove box?
I haven't got that far. I removed the USB that comes in the glove box and put in a larger drive, but that's as far as I've got so far. So I've literally driven it 50K. That's it. So I'll get my hands on it and give them my best soon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you look in the games menu, you'll find that if the USB ports are power only, no data, the games that need controllers aren't showing there. So you won't find I'm thinking of an example now. Sonic, you won't find Sonic in the game in the games menu if you don't have power. And I think the plan is
don't have data in your power ones. Yeah.
So Lance, you were comfortable last night when you slept in it?
I
You spent the night in the car, surely.
Yeah.
Girls left?
Just sorry.
Those girls left? Or are they still in the boot?
I know you guys have had them for a while, but geez, it's amazing. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece of equipment.
It is.
A lot of fun. Took my parents for a drive today, actually, and I blew their minds, broke their necks. It was great. They had a ball. So
Lance,
I hope you broke their necks before you blew their minds, because at least then they wouldn't have been flailing around so much.
Lance, I've got to give you a word of warning about your brake discs and brake pads.
Yeah.
I've had mine. I've done 56,000 Ks on it, I've had it well over 2 years now. I had young Ben from Tesla out end of last week, and he had the wheels off to do something. And I said, "How are my brake pads and brake discs?" He said, "Oh, geez, they still look like new. Even the machining marks are still on the discs after 56,000 Ks. So don't worry about them until you've done about 250,000 kilometres, I reckon."
Yeah, I've got to say, I know I haven't driven it far, but my parents asked about it, and I said I actually haven't used the brake since I bought the car. So it's incredible.
Can they do yours, Harold?
Yeah, well, at 100,000 Ks after my lap, I asked James to have a look, just out of interest, on the front brake pads, and they'd used 0.1 out of 5 millimeters of brake pads. So, and that's after 100,000 Ks. Now, Lance, you weren't the only one to get a delivery. This is a very strange sort of photo to me, but perhaps Chuck, you could explain this photo.
There we go. It's funny what you find in this chat, isn't it?
Yeah, what's
Absolutely. It's Tesla Motors Club, so it's a public forum. So
yeah, well, you can see my new car is on the right there. The old one on the left, I'm getting rid of. It's terrible. Don't like it. Jared will be happy.
I love. Hey, that's going to be the next model. That car, I can see it now.
That's right.
So it's going to be a killer.
So I think this needs an audio warning.
Viewers are advised that this recording may contain references to Synergy, Two Weeks, and Grimes. Anyone triggered by these or similar phrases should press pause and subscribe to the Nissan Leaf channel.
And there is the Nissan Leaf.
Is that 11 the number of people in Tasmania, and then number 98, that's the number of cars? Like,
that's it.
So how many people there are?
No, there's more, because not everyone has a car. Most people have horses and cart. So,
sorry, Russell, it wasn't 11. You're mistaken. It's in binary, so that's
3.
That's actually three people.
3 people.
Or is it to do with like one family gets one number, so there's only like 100 families in Tasmania combined?
Yeah,
maybe.
That's it.
Hey, actually,
that's the number of days per year that are actually under 30 degrees. I'm trying to make a joke about your terrible weather over there, but anyway.
Hey, Charles, today in Perth it was about 27 degrees. What was it in Hobart today?
Well, actually,
minus 16.
I checked the app on my phone at lunchtime. It was 30 inside the car. Does that count?
Was that Fahrenheit?
No, we got up to a nice, pleasant temperature today. What was it? Let's have a look here.
14.
Where are we? Oh, it's only showing me now.
Surely it's 16.
It's getting colder though. Sure.
I made it up to 20 degrees at 2 or 3.
Good job. Well, look, we shouldn't really take the wee out of Chuck, because a lady by the name of Bridget Ryan was living in Launceston, and I think she's my great grandmother, and she was handpicked by one of the best judges of England and invited to come to the then Van Diemen's Land. So, Chuck, we could be brothers from another mother, mate. So, very distant. Very, very distant. We got the same hairdo, so you never know. There's a resemblance.
Yeah, it's very twins.
Yeah.
I actually think Russell could be more of your brother, Harold. Okay.
I was going to say, if it's the hairdo, then isn't half this chat related then?
Oh yeah.
It's
Hey,
possible.
Harold,
Yes.
I haven't driven the car very long, so I could probably work it out eventually. But I did have a few questions that have cropped up today when I took for a spin. Actually, coming home from the showroom yesterday, the seat was getting really hot. Now, as I was driving, my daughter's there, she was going through everything, checked it, and the seat heaters weren't on. And I noticed someone today posted on Facebook that, geez, these seats get very hot and my seat heaters weren't on. Has anyone had an issue with that with a software update, or?
Sure, that wasn't just excitement lights?
No, it might have been. It's
a little bit
probable.
of warmth from the old, you know?
It's Yeah, I won't say this on when it's being recorded, but yeah,
The seat
it was really warm, really warm.
Yeah,
They
the seat
come on
heaters could be
sometimes.
set to auto, and then they'll come on and off. Because I noticed that today, mine are set to auto.
Oh, I don't do
And,
auto.
when I went out in the morning, I go, oh, it's getting warm. So I have a quick check, and the seat heater has come on because the heaters are on. Because the temperature was quite cold.
But you could see the seat heaters were actually activated, right? When you checked
on your app.
Yeah.
On your app.
No, I was looking through the climate control.
Did you look on your app and see what's
No, I was driving at the time.
Oh,
So you didn't have any rashes of bacon showing.
Look at your phone when you're driving. You just can't listen to ABC. Yeah, check your app. That's what I'd look at.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It's gone through 2 software updates. I haven't had it since, so I'm not sure what was going on. But
So Nigel, you're saying that you can set your seat heaters to auto?
Yeah, I never heard of that one.
Yeah, if you go to the aircon control, you can have the seat heaters on, or you put it to auto, and then when the temperature in the car is cold and
I'll bring
the
it up.
aircon's heating, the seat heaters will come on automatically.
Yeah, because it uses less energy to heat the seats than it does to heat the air, so it makes you feel warmer than what it really is by having this heat. Yeah.
Oh, heat, auto, and so
Yeah.
Right, but is that also in your the main menu of your car?
Yes,
Yeah, it's in the car as well.
menu in the car.
Yeah,
It's
next
only
to it.
recent though, Harold. It only came out a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
Right. So maybe Lance, have a look at that just to make sure. Yeah. But if does that mean you won't see the heaters being on because if you're on auto, or does it act like an oven light where it'll come on and off?
It does activate the rashes of bacon to let you know.
On your main screen or only on your phone?
It's on both.
On the screen and the phone. Although I haven't checked the phone.
I checked it on the main screen, and I actually could turn the heating on to get the rashes showing. So I made sure it was off. I didn't check the auto function, but look, I was excited, like you said. So who knows? I'll give it a crack, and over the next week I'll see if it happens again.
What else happened, Lance?
The other one, or the other two, one was, and this is probably a simple one, with the navigation. I'm one of those people that like to, what's it called, heading up rather than facing north the whole time. And I know you can click on the compass up the top to change between the two, but I found that whenever I entered an address and was navigating to it, it would always go to north heading. It wouldn't allow me to change. Is there a way to change that?
I think it actually goes to overview. It's actually not north. It is north facing, but it's actually the overview. Once you've put in a destination and it's worked out a route, it'll show you the little blue line all the way from where you are now to your destination. So then you just.
Okay.
I think if you drive off, doesn't it then revert to?
Yeah. It also there was a version that came out where it stuffed up. Do you know what version you're on, Lance? Because you might not be on a current version, because some of these things you're talking about might actually be resolved.
Yeah, so the version I'm on at the moment is 8.2.5.
Carmen, you better check your version.
Oh, okay. No, that's good. That's a recent one.
Check your version, Carmen.
No, the recent
Oh,
one
I
is
updated
12.1.
Yeah, that hasn't come up on mine yet.
5.18.
Oh, hang on. It's like too many people talking. So
4.5.18.
No, what I'm saying is the issue that Lance is talking about was resolved this year. So that's a this year software, so you should be fine. Yeah, so...
What version you got now, Lance?
8.2.5, I think it was.
Yeah.
So it definitely works when I'm not navigating anywhere. You can click on that compass, stays either heading up or north, but as soon as I navigate, it always goes to north facing.
Yeah, and what if you start driving? Does it change, or do you have to change it manually?
I actually can't. For some reason, I couldn't get to the compass to change it. It covered up with
just tap to the side of where that navigate box is. Just tap to the side, because I think it's sort of auto hidden.
What it's doing is it's remembering your preferences from the last time. So once you do it once, it'll remember it for next time. And in the newer versions, it doesn't actually show up on the screen by default. You've got to touch it on the screen and then it appears, and then you select it. And once you
Okay.
select it once, next time it will just do it.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll give it a crack. Thank you.
So it auto hides that used to be there persistently, but now it auto hides. So you've got to tap to show that. Same as for zooming. Is zooming the same? You've got to actually.
Oh,
There used to be plus and minus buttons. Now you've got to
got an
basically.
update right now.
You can do like a double tap, and that'll like zoom
Oh,
in
don't
one
update, Jared.
notch.
Jared,
Hey?
don't update. Don't update.
Okay.
Because
I've updated to 8.3.
don't update the newest one because it's got all glitches in it. If you want to speak to Nigel and Damo.
Oh,
Hey, Lance, just
glitchy
quickly,
one-
once you put in your destination in the navigate button, just to the left of it, you can double tap that box, and if you double tap it, it will quickly straight away take you to your direction of travel rather than north.
Oh, cool.
It's asking me to
Try that.
update to
Thank you.
0.8.3.
Okay, so the troublesome one was
Yeah, that's-
8.2.
What about 8.3? That's
Well,
what I
hang
got.
on, Jared. So
I don't know about that.
go, Nigel. So
I
say
just
that again fully.
updated to 12.1 this morning, and
Oh,
it's
you
got
got
a
that
lot
one.
more features. It's got, you can have the windscreen washer button down on the bottom icon bar. They've got room for an extra icon there now. It's got Disney, if you want to watch Disney.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's got a few useful features, and of course, if you want speak Turkish, you can now put it into Turkish.
Oh, that's handy.
Yeah,
It's good. So what about 8.3?
I don't know about 8. I had troubles with 8.2. Everybody, well, not everybody, but the majority of people were having troubles with 8.2. Full self-driving wasn't working intermittently. The cruise control would go on and off. Automatic emergency braking. The traffic visualization sometimes were just not there. It was really buggy. And I was stuck on that for a while until this morning, and I got 12.1, so I've updated, and that looks fine, although I haven't driven.
Awesome. Now, if you mentioned Disney, which you could only get via other means previously, and what one of those means is if you go to YouTube, just youtube.com/Tokwa, click on any of the videos, and in the description, you've actually got other streaming sites that are compatible with your Tesla. And obviously, we did have Disney Plus as a link that you would invoke through YouTube. But
Still got to subscribe, don't you?
Just to clarify, that Harold, you don't go to that. You got to open the YouTube app on your car, not the website.
No, sorry, yes, sorry, yeah. Yeah, thanks, Russell. So in your car, sorry, yeah, exactly. In your car, go to YouTube, and if you have actually, well, you can just search Tokwa for speed. If you haven't worked out how to log in to your YouTube account, if you've got one, so just search Tokwa, pick any of the videos of the Ask Us Anything or anything at all, and they all have this additional detail, and you can just click for KO or Plex or SBS, Stand, 7 Plus, etc. And you obviously could have clicked for Disney Plus, but now it looks like you don't need to. You can go straight from the entertainment menu.
Do you get that for free, Harold?
That's
gold. No.
Part of
No, so
No,
Disney,
you got to have a
you got to have a
subscription.
subscription, just like Netflix.
Like Netflix.
Yeah, no, but I get Netflix for a year for free. Same with all the performance cars got connectivity for a year. So
no, but
we get Netflix, we get everything.
You still need your account with Netflix to log
No,
in.
it came up under Tesla account, not my account. So Tesla's
don't tell
Same with Spotify as well.
Yeah, same with Spotify. And then after that, after July this year, I've got to pay $9 a month.
Yeah, I just hotspot my phone to and YouTube and so on. But just to come back to that latest update, apart from that button bar customization and Disney Plus, you can program the child lock so you can have either off both doors or the left or the right. So you can select left or right child locks on the back doors. and also the mobile app, which if you update, I think it's 4.7.0, you can set camp mode and dog mode from the app.
That's cool.
That's good. Especially go to the drive-ins.
Does it mean once you've set, say, dog mode on the app, can you unset it, or does it latch on so you don't accidentally turn it off when you actually do have a dog in your car?
Are you doing comedy with the latch thing?
No, I'm being serious.
Tested it, but I'm assuming it looks like everything else. It's toggled, so you can turn it on and off from the app.
That's only if you throw the ball.
I just did it. You can turn it on and off from the app like you would normally.
And is there a warning that says turning it off might be bad if you've got a furry friend in your car?
Doesn't seem to.
Yeah, right.
That could get confusing.
Just for the Harold's comment about YouTube before, just to, I guess, explain the reason why that's important is because if you're trying to watch, say, I don't know, KO Sport, for example, through the web browser, it only shows 3/4 of the screen as the screen you can view from. But if you view it through the link in YouTube, the entire screen becomes the screen to view it from. So if you are sitting in a corner charging or whatever, not at Karrinyup because you don't get any Wi-Fi reception, so
yeah, it's nothing at
there, but anywhere else,
great Wi-Fi above.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that. So that's why we did that. We found out about that. So it's a great way of using YouTube's window as a portal to get the other streaming services full screen.
Right.
$480 million shopping centre. We couldn't get a bit of Wi-Fi downstairs. Isn't that amazing?
One other question I had. This is a quick one. If you were going away for an extended period of time, so I've got the long range, so I don't have the iron battery. What would you do? I'm assuming you just keep it plugged in, but what would you set your car to for an extended period?
Oh, look, you could pick 70% if you wanted to, or something. Look, you can actually pick 90. There's my car's done 209,000 Ks in 5 years. Now the average car drives, it's less than 15,000 Ks, but let's just say it's 15,000 Ks. It's driven nearly 14 years worth of use, and I've had it basically set, the charging limit set to 90% all the time.
We keep ours to 90% as well. It's just
same with me. Keep mine at 90.
Okay, cool.
And so you know, there's a theory that says, well, maybe if you wanted to keep your car for a long time, well, I mean, I've kept mine for 14 years effectively. You know, you could set 80 if you wanted. If you're going away for a long time, yeah, look, you could always pick 80. Just leave it plugged in, set the limit to 80. Depends what you call a long time. Are you talking months
3 weeks?
Or
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Oh, what about 5 months?
Oh, yeah, 5 months. Pick 80.
thought-
Actually, 5 months. Just drop it off to my place, Carmen. I'll look after it for you. There's a track day. There's a track day coming up on the 14th of May, and I'll make sure I scrub off all that old rubber on the outside of your tyres so that you want to keep it nice and fresh rubber.
I would like to live it somewhere else, actually.
My garage has got a spare spot.
I actually thought that Tesla recommended setting it to 50% and keeping it plugged in, like if you're going away for a long time.
Yeah, that was.
I remember
what
reading
I
that
remembered.
somewhere.
But you can't
3
set it
weeks
to
is
less
not a
than
long time.
50%.
No, that's right. Yeah, 50 is the minimum. But Lance, for 3 weeks, look, mate, just look, if you want to be a bit more caring, you could maybe do 80.
No, 90% it is.
Yeah, it's all good, mate. Look, you've got brand new chemistry that's several generations newer than mine or Richard's. And, you know, our cars have gone a long way. And, you know, in all honesty, my car has done 14 years of normal driving, and it's lost 10% range. But everything else is the same.
Yeah, I think we're about the same. Speaking of range, I've managed to uncover the high efficiency old school rims, and there's still a bit of Pilbara dirt in them somewhere.
Oh, sorry, let me just spotlight you so we can all see. Ooh, sexy.
Well, gloss black as recommended by Under Access. But yeah, there's a load of Pilbara or Kimberley dirt still in there. And
they look dead sexy.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, look, they look better than the grey did.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
But, you know, look, I got them for efficiency, right? And just because, well, I actually found that they existed when I was going through like the wheel options in the car, and I was like, what are these aero wheels? And no one seemed to know. And Tesla were like, no, we don't know anything. And I was like, right, I'm now determined. And yeah, that ended up with getting these. So, yeah, so there we go.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Hey, is Jackie there? Jackie, come in, Jackie. No, not there.
Yes.
Ah, hiding. Still in witness protection. Hi, Jackie, how are you?
Good, thank you.
So I'd say hello, that's all. That's all it is. Just
quietly listening.
Yeah, I can tell. Stalker.
Yeah.
The court said you couldn't log in anyway, so I understand.
Someone who was probably not so much stalking but on a mission, I think, was this gentleman right here, on his first drive, having a fang.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Got lost.
So Chuck, do you want to talk to that?
Yeah, that's only 5 minutes. That's just around to get some milk.
I wasn't going to do and know where that is. Then it says Hobart there. Yeah. Yeah, this was close to my first few days, except for the first day where Tesoscope wasn't working because I didn't have the pre. So there was another 50 Ks before that. But
so tell us about Tesoscope. How's that work?
Basically, it logs into to your Tesla account using an API, and it collects data on your driving and your charging and the battery state and charge rates and efficiency and all that kind of stuff.
What's the cost of that?
$3 a month, $3 US dollars a month.
Yep. So about $5, $5 a
Pretty
month.
much.
Hey, Charles, does it let your car go to sleep?
Yeah. Yeah, if it's it only tries to ping it when it's charging or moving, and if it finds it stopped, it'll stay quiet for a bit. I'm just trying to find the.
Hey Charles, is there a dealership in the Hobart? Like, where'd you get your car from?
It was on the back of a truck. Actually, I think Harold probably has the pictures of it a bit further up.
Oh, okay. So it didn't actually. Nobody actually came out and said, "Here it is."
No, just
I did. The truck driver did.
Just a truck driver. That was it.
Oh, okay.
Mine was like that's awesome. Yeah.
Yep, he just.
So is there no Tesla office in Hobart or Tasmania, or?
We've got a mobile service tech as of a couple of months ago in Hobart. So that's the only Tesla employee in the state.
Right.
So that's same situation you guys were in a couple of years ago, I guess.
Yeah, exactly, precisely.
I'll tell you a funny story about our service centre. I went in after I got back from Esperance. I went in saying I've got a rattle over the left-hand side seat belt, you see. So I pulled it all out and I did some work. It still didn't fix it. So I went in and said, by the way, one of the white retaining clips is missing. Have you got one? And yeah, okay. And so they went and got me one. I said, look, I'll do it myself. You guys don't have to do it. So I fixed it. They told me what to do, where to put some rubber pads and stuff. So I did all that. But when I was there, just about the whole team came out and had a look at my car and said, and I popped the bloody doors and they were freaked when the door handles presented. And who's the head service guy?
James Banks.
Who?
James Banks.
No,
James.
Another guy.
Adam Hunt?
No, I know Adam.
Ben.
No, not Ben. No. Anyway, he
Rula, Sula, Tula, Ula, Fulla, Agape? No.
Anyway, they were all over it. It was great.
Harry?
I had about half an hour showing all the bits on the car, and they thought it was flipping awesome. And some of them I said, that little screen, because one of the girls said, oh, look, I really want a heads-up display. I said, don't do this. It's too bloody hard. So, yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, but it's not as hard as the self-presenting doors. Hey, Richard.
That's a pig of a job, that one. Yeah.
Actually, I saw a gentleman who I forget what he did now. I think he bought a Type 2 cable, and he showed me his car, and I actually seen another car like his at the Carrinup Supercharger, whereby he had the he replaced the back brake light clusters, brake and tail, and all that stuff. So you've got the strobing, not the strobing, it's a pulsing sort of indicators, and it also affects your back fog lights, the bottom ones, and they actually strobe as well. But apparently they're not legal in Australia because they're red and not amber, so you can't have indicators that are red in Australia. And at the front, they also do the fog lights. They add like fog lights for your daytime running lights, and that's not legal either because you can only have one set of low beam. Sorry, you can have one set of low beam. You can't have split. What's the names? But he had every accessory, and there's that one where where you're on your dash where your aircon vent slit thing is. You can put like this lossy, it's a bit of plastic that's side lit, and then it illuminates your entire sort of slit in like a bluish, cool blue color.
Oh, how annoying!
But for him, he suggested that was a little bit over the OTT, so he wisely chose not to turn that one on.
Crazy people in this world.
Yeah, and he's sort of roughly my age, and I think he's sort of like reliving his misspent youth of, everyone when they were a youth and you had it wasn't a new car, it was an old car. You'd go to Kmart or whatever and buy silly accessories. So I guess he just went to Alibaba or Tesseries or Teslas and did the same.
Yeah, all good fun.
Harold, could I just come back to something I said about 2 hours ago, which was my meeting with Minister Whitby?
Oh, apologies, Nigel. Yes, please tell us what you're going to ask him.
Well, I sent him an email back at the end of February, and I got a reply at the beginning of this month. I did get an email saying, thank you very much, we've received it, we'll eventually act on it. So I've actually got a meeting with him on May the 6th. Now, I don't have to go up to Dumas House, which is where his ministerial offices are, because he's got a local office. And I said, would be nice if I could do it down here. And they've agreed to that. So I've got a meeting at his local office, which is, gosh, it must be about 2 kilometres from my house. And some of the things that I was thinking, I don't know how long I'm going to get with him, but some of the things that I was thinking of discussing with him was the state rollout of the charging things and how to, to charge. It would be nice if they just had one app or just a credit card that you
please ask for PayWave.
Yeah, it would just make more sense.
I can already answer that because I diligently read the tender document, as did Russell.
Oh yeah.
And Russell knows it off by heart, and he'll be able to tell us all that one of the specifications for the hardware that was in the tender was for it to have PayWave ability.
Yeah, well,
brilliant.
That's good.
That's awesome.
So hold on, I've just made some notes here.
Can you ask him how they're going?
Like, when's it going to be here? Which decade?
Yeah. So I was going to talk about that, and then when they're labelling the bays, they should really, really, really make the bays obvious for EV charging only, not EV parking, not ICE parking.
Do you know what looks? What I would probably suggest would be a green surface on the actual bay itself.
An EV charging only written on that.
And then a box,
disappointment,
and then a glass box with a brick in it, and you can break the glass if there's an ice car parked in there, and grab the brick out. And
so another thing that I was thinking of discussing was government EVs and buses. I think they've got one electric bus which is on trial. I mean, hold on, Shenzhen got
I thought it was more than one, but
50 or 60,000 buses in one hit and put them in.
I think
They
there's
work.
two. There's two, Nigel. I think
Nigel.
they're using one
There's
as a
two.
One in
spare.
Geraldton.
God.
There's an RAC bus in Geraldton.
No, not that one. No, the proper one in Joondalup. They've actually got
Yeah.
two, but they're only using one because they're
There's a
using
cat
the other
bus
one
in
as a
Perth, I think,
as a
Backup.
spare.
Isn't there a cat bus in Perth now that's electric?
That's from Joondalup.
Not-
That's the Joondalup one, I
Yeah.
think.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then I was also thinking about not necessarily incentives, but what about reducing the bloody tax and on-road fees in this state?
What?
For a $50,000 car, you're looking at $4,000 here, and in Tasmania it's $600 for an EV.
Do you know what?
Is that because
Do you know what, Nigel? What I'd ask for, Nigel, would be take the STC. Oh no, it's a federal thing, isn't it? Take the STCs off solar panels and put them on batteries.
Yeah.
But that's a federal thing, isn't it?
No, I reckon what they should do is leave the taxes how they are, but just tax ICE cars more.
That's
that's
not
I
gonna
reckon
happen,
you're right.
Because
Como won't have that. So,
because they're never going to find money to like take away, but they can always charge people more, right? And if they're trying to give everyone cancer by buying new cars and filling up petrol and everything, they might as well pay for it at the same time because the government's going to need the money to hospital to like treat them when they die.
But hang on, like the fundamental problem at the moment is that people are the demand for electric vehicles is off the Richter scale, so it's not going to make any difference to uptake.
you can't get it though.
If people no, but if people are given $5,000 off, it's like, well, they were going to buy it anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they need to give you, $5,000 off, but just to reduce the on-road costs.
Yeah, no,
and
absolutely,
this is offset,
absolutely agree with that. But
it's offset by the health benefits that you're going to get.
Completely agree.
You can knock that $5,000 down to 2.5, but your benefits from health are going to be far in excess of that saving.
There was an article.
They don't expect too much, Nigel. That's all.
Yeah, but whose budget is that under?
Well, no, it's under the state budget, isn't it?
Mm.
They pay for the health. I mean, okay, they get some money from government. A couple of other things I was going to talk about: vehicle and battery manufacturing, because Mike Cannon-Brookes did approach Elon to set up something here over in the Pilbara. And the
Asia hub or something.
Yes. So to set up battery manufacturing or something here, because we've got all the bloody
ain't gonna happen.
It would make sense. So I mean, if the state government got involved, that might help.
Nigel, what we really lack in Australia at the moment is actually the processing of like turning that spodumene into lithium that we can lithium hydroxide that we can use for batteries. So it's actually the processing that we need that is the critical element. It's not so much the mining as I understand it. It's actually that, and that's what China have invested in the last 20 years. Is that processing? So that's what we kind of really need here, and obviously battery manufacturing as well. But it's kind of, you can't have one without the critical processing in the middle.
Yeah. Then things like solar, wind, and battery, and there's many different types of batteries to create a greener environment and make the power more stable with lots of batteries.
Well, to me, it seems like LFPs, we have so much iron ore.
Yeah, we could be making, we mine the iron ore here, and then we ship it to China to make into steel.
Sorry, Pete, I just muted. If you
that's
just,
the angle that I would.
I'll just close that down because we've already done that. That's cool. Sorry, mate.
Yeah. So yeah, just to make the LFP batteries here, or even just make the lithium and the iron in any case, and then rather than ship it off to China, who are then making all these lovely LFP batteries for us, it would make more sense and environmentally make more sense. And they want to get hydrogen going, and it's only got to be bloody green hydrogen, not fucking blue.
Well, yeah. If you can stress that as well, which I'm sure you'll do, because look, Twiggy Forrester has said it the best. He's like, it's a crock of horse shit if you're talking about anything other than green hydrogen.
Yeah, and the green hydrogen can be used in the steel production.
Yes.
Rather than spraying bloody coal at it to heat it, hydrogen can heat it, and if that hydrogen is green, you're getting
hydrogen pulls the oxygen off.
It pulls the yeah. That's it, isn't it? It pulls pulls the oxygen
because you've got to reduce it. That's I mean, unfortunately, ironically, BHP had it at the HBI plant, but it had issues and killed people and injured them.
Oh shit! Oh yes,
and
and
they binned it.
That hydrogen.
Yeah, it was using you just have to look up. Just Google BHP. It's direct DRI, direct reduced iron (DRI), and it's the HBI, hot briquetted iron plant. I think it was a combination of carbon monoxide, and there was hydrogen and something else, and it was a very toxic, or very volatile in atmosphere, under pressure and high temperature.
They're just using the hydrogen to heat.
No. The hydrogen is actually part of the reduction process. So you've got to actually, what you have to do is introduce effectively a reducer, which is what the oxygen is bound to the iron, to the iron as an oxide. So it's either Fe2O3 or Fe3O4 or FeO, and you've got to pull the oxygen off, but it's tightly bound to the iron. So you've got to get something that's more attractive to the oxygen than the iron, and that you can either use carbon or you can actually use hydrogen and other things as well. But you've got to heat it under pressure, whatever, and pull off the oxygen to because there are no pure iron deposits. Everything's oxidized.
Using hydrogen's a newer space.
I can easily do some research on that before I go.
Nigel, sorry, can I just? So, what are you clearly asking him? Going to ask him for?
Well, I want. What did I just say? I want all those things to be happening.
It's the vibe. It's the vibe, Nigel.
Yeah. Let's see what he's going to say. I know what he'll say. Oh yes.
Well, he's going to bullshit you like there's no tomorrow, Nigel.
Yeah, and he'll have his assistant there, and he'll go. You need to.
Oh, you've got another meeting.
And in 10 years' time, I know what politicians are. I've spoken to Reese many times.
Yeah.
Can you tell me, Jared,
Nigel, if
tell him what I said.
Something that would be really useful, I think, to ask the minister is if he could allocate an extra $10 million to the electric vehicle to the charging project.
I've actually, before he became environment minister, I said you need to stick in. You've allowed 21 million, but you spent 35 million on a flyover over Nicholson Road. 21 million's not enough. It needs to be 31. And he goes, oh, right. Okay. I'll let Amber Jade Sanderson know.
Yeah. the Minister for Approving Gas Projects. Nigel, if you get an opportunity, could you stress how good battery electric is for Australia in terms of mining battery energy minerals?
Yeah.
Like I know it's playing politics, but it's like, that's how you get these people on board, by saying, do you realize how much of an opportunity battery energy mineral mining is for Australia? Like it's, I guess
This was the Minister for Small Business. And
I don't know that they do realize it. I don't know they've actually quite made the connection.
I was also going to approach it along the lines of, this is going to create a lot of jobs.
Yeah, but I work in mining and people don't get it. People universally do not get it, even within mining. They're like, oh, but what about the carbon cost? I'm like, we work in mining. Like what? Like it's like, honestly, we're all, on the same page with it. But I don't think the people have joined the dots.
I've got some stats for if you want to hear them that will reinforce those messages, I suppose. So every minute, the Australian government subsidises oil and gas $22,000 every minute, right?
Fucking A.
Now, the number of people that are employed in oil and gas is
Yeah,
less
it's
than
tiny.
1% of Australia.
Yeah.
The same amount of money, if it was put into a different industry, would actually provide far more opportunity for growth of
Well, look,
employment.
look
if
at
it's put
Pete's
into health-
solar is vastly a
even things
bigger
like
employer
everyone
than
always talks about health and education. If that budget was put into health and education, it would actually employ over 50 times the amount of people that actually currently would lose their jobs if they stop giving money to oil and gas.
That's unfortunately that's federal, Russell. It's not state.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
the
yes, I
state-
get the point.
Also, in Western Australia, the state government controls the onshore gas. That's the only gas we can actually use in the state. Anything that's drilled offshore, we don't get any tax from. It's completely free to the.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so anything that's drilled offshore goes offshore, and we don't get any actual any sort of like royalties for it at all. It's completely tax free. And then they then also sell carbon. Well, carbon credits back.
Have you all seen the latest Juice Media carbon capture and storage video?
Yes, that is brilliant. Absolutely.
It's only a short one, Harold. You can put it on.
Oh, can someone put it in the chat? And I'll
Nigel, I think you just got to treat when you meet the minister like going to the Royal Show. Some show bags at $2 have got nothing in them and have got crap, and other show bags are just full of crap. So
okay, this
don't
goes.
expect too much out of it.
Yeah,
Especially one minute he's a minister for small business, and the next minute he's the minister of environment, and then next month he'll be the minister for garbage collection.
Exactly.
They've got no correspondence to what they do.
And they don't care.
And they don't care, and they just tell lies. And they basically not only tell lies, but they just brush you off. And the first question they ever ask you is, are you from this electorate? And this sort of crap. So
No, well, he knows I'm from his electorate.
and
and that's where
an
he's
old
going.
reporter from Channel 7 should really just, he's obviously just milking the fucking cash.
That is one thing I have noticed worldwide is that
They're all full of
MPs
shit.
do actually listen to you when you're from their electorate.
Exactly.
And he's my local member.
Yeah, well, you
Perfect.
can tell him from me. He can. Harold, you want to bleep it?
We're gonna get demonetized again, Harold.
Nigel can. Yeah.
Jared, you caused me work to do last week.
No, I'm not doing anything after.
It was arduous. Okay, so let's put this honest government ad, carbon credits and offsets, on the screen.
Hello, I'm from the Australian government. You know how when you book a flight, you can pay a little extra money to offset your emissions? Well, now imagine that your money was actually being spent on strippers and coke, except the strippers are our mates and the coke is gas. Congratulations! You're ready to learn about our Australian carbon credit units. Let's take a look. You see, when landholders take steps to avoid carbon emissions by planting trees or not clearing land, we reward them with a carbon credit. For each tonne of carbon avoided, they get 1 ACCU. That landholder can now sell that ACCU to some gas company, so they can stick a tonne of carbon into the atmosphere and say they're carbon neutral. Or they can sell that ACCU back to us so we can say net zero by 2050. Either way, everyone's happy. Australian government. There's just one tiny problem. We may have been handing out millions of ACCUs for bullshit like paying landholders to grow trees that are already there, not clearing land they were never going to clear, and growing forests where forests can never grow. Because as you can see on this map, most of them are in the middle of the fucking desert. Because of this, 70 to 80% of our ACCUs are low integrity, which is another way of saying they'll offset approximately fuck all. Fuck offsets. Fuck offsets are great for our mates, because the shitter our carbon credits are, the cheaper they are. And that means more of them can be bought to offset new gas projects and keep making the ching-ching. Which is a shame, because carbon credits could play an important role in offsetting emissions that are hard to avoid. But to truly work, carbon credits require transparency, integrity, and rigorous accounting. And you know we care about transparency when we put Angus in charge of this gig, the guy who gave us forged documents
endorsements, fake social media profiles, and a Cayman Island registered company we bought water off at double the going price without tender. And to ensure the integrity bit, we have an assurance committee chaired by a leading expert. Well, it was until the expert started asking too many questions, so Angus replaced him with this fossil fuel lobbyist. And alongside him, to ensure the rigorous accounting part, we also hired the guy whose dodgy modelling we used to bring you bullshit fear campaigns and those Kyoto carryover credits. We even hired the former CEO of Origin to review our carbon credits. Cool and normal. What's next, you might ask? Let gas companies earn accus too? Why, that's exactly what we're doing with Santos, which will be earning credits for capturing its own emissions with CCS. Except as we've seen, CCS captures fuck all. Fuck offsets. We're making it so easy to earn accus, pretty soon we'll run out of space to plant trees that are already there. That's why we're exporting this shit show to the whole Indo-Pacific, with help from Woodside. You know, the pricks who robbed Timor-Leste of its resources. Fiji and PNG have already signed up for the next kick in the face. Carbon colonialism, where we pay poor nations who've begged us to stop digging up fossil fuels to help us dig up even more fossil fuels. So to sum up, you pay for the carbon credits, we make them as shit as possible so our mates can buy them for peanuts to offset their emissions, so more gas basins get drilled, emissions keep rising, our neighbours get screwed again, and your town gets flooded again. But hey, net zero by 2050. What's that? Labour will fix this rort if it wins the election. Oh, sweetheart. Labour's relying on carbon credits to meet a fifth of its own emission reduction target. So unless it calls for a full inquiry into this shit buffet, the next government will not only inherit it from us, but also keep feeding it to you. Australian Government. Authorised by the Department for Regulatory State Capture.
That's the end. Yeah.
And you worry about us getting sued, Harold.
That's what we're up against.
There's a lot of those.
Christ, that's fucking...
Yeah, I saw that within 5 minutes of it coming out and posted it.
Jeez, I tell you, Pete, you're looking pretty scary in that car. You're looking like that fucking... What's that guy that, you got a tourist problem? What's that guy's name?
They're almost aviators.
Who am I thinking of? That fucking guy in the Outback. Fucking crazy guy in the Outback. What was his name?
In Wolf Creek.
Wolf Creek, that's what I'm thinking. You got a tourist problem.
Mick,
that's it, Mick. Okay, looking good, Pete.
Love you too, Jared.
Looking very, what's his name? Can't think his name now. She's got me. Bear Grylls.
So Pete, you need to whip that dish out, just prop it up there, take a photo of and go tweet to SpaceX. Why?
Yeah, this is fucked.
You're reading my thoughts exactly there, Harold. It's already in the works.
Awesome.
Just so everyone's aware on that video, just to clarify, that they're talking about CCS technology. If people don't know what that is, it's essentially what they're trying to do is capture the carbon that's output from the process and pump it back underground. But to date, nothing's been successful apart from the carbon they would have already used as part of pressurizing the system to pump more oil and gas out.
Yeah, I was just going to say
credited for their actual processes, not anything in addition to what they normally would do anyway.
So they're actually using the CO2 as the working fluid or working...
Yeah, which they do already
the pressurized
as part of the process, So
the other thing as well is, of course, that they put this supposedly put this gas into wells that have already been fracked, and it just all bubbles back out again.
Gina doesn't do gas, does she?
No.
She's a good girl.
So moving away from people's employers, which could be risky.
You want to go back to Nigel?
One thing you mentioned, Nigel, was one of the questions was exclusive car bays, EV charging bays. Oh, and someone's sharing a screen, and it's Pete. Oh, there we go. There's a dish facing straight up, which is because it can't find satellites.
What is that? What's that trailer? Is that a fucking...
That trailer's got a story that John Edwards would know about.
Oh, that's John Edwards' trailer. That's right. I thought it was a...
It looks like Pete's just jackknifed it pretty badly there, so I hope your bumper's all right there, Pete.
It's actually a bit of trick photography.
It is too. Yeah, it absolutely is.
Because I already took it off the tow ball and I couldn't be stuck putting it back on, so I just parked the car that way.
So Pete, so you obviously turned it on because it's erected itself.
I did.
But there's clearly no signal, so it's got nothing, has it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That is such a shame because I know for a fact if SpaceX just loosened their quality standard, if you want to call it that right where you are, that would get perfectly good 100 megabit service in Walpole.
Except
Pete, you probably got to take that to Ukraine right now and work perfectly well. Anywhere
probably
in Ukraine. So, because they've been using SpaceX over there a fair bit lately.
Now, Nigel, you mentioned earlier about sorry, Pete. I'll cut back to. We're going to flip flop because we're playing tennis, as you used to do quite well. So Nigel, so you mentioned exclusive EV bays. One thing that can frustrate that is that exact same thing was actually voted on, or there was an amended motion to agree that the bays will be reserved for exclusive use by electric vehicles. That's at the bottom of the screen, you can see. And this was moved by Councillor Kestel. This is the Shire of Gingin for the Lancelin supercharger and Synergy electric highway project. So there was a motion put, and it was lost 2-7. So councillors Fuster, Rule, Balcombe, Court, Johnson, Sorensen, and Viss decided it was a bad idea to denote these bays, which I'm going to try and scroll up to, as being exclusive. That's not going to work, but the Lansing
how many
bays,
of those councillors? How many of those councillors drive EVs? Do you reckon, Harold?
Zero.
How many of them are corrupt?
No, there's no corrupt councillors, but they have an opinion that in their opinion they voted, which they were free to do. They voted to not mark these bays as exclusive. Perhaps they weren't cognizant of the fact that if there were petrol bowsers there, you probably wouldn't want a Tesla just parking there just cause. You know?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we all go up to Lancelin and they're iced, we go down to the local petrol station and just park there and go, F you.
Look, it's frustrating.
I could see a level of violence.
Actually, so Nigel, that is actually, even though I sort of refuted your question of the Environment Minister, what is a much better question to put is not with respect to the Synergy/Horizon EV highway, but with respect to all dedicated EV charging bays, or should I say bays with EV chargers attached to them. They should all, you should ask the minister to lobby in cabinet that they all be that they be given the similar rights as disabled bays.
Yeah.
So their own designation. So if there's an EV charging bay, it should be designated as such and protected statewide with an enforceable statewide, as opposed to relying on individual councils.
And perhaps specify DC fast charging bays as well, not AC.
Yeah, so AC could possibly be optionally dual purpose, but because they're not as important. But DC, absolutely, they should be treated with all respect to disabled people.
They can
similar.
fill up a car almost as fast as a petrol bowser. I mean, it takes you 10-15 minutes in a petrol station.
It's been proven they can faster.
So that was actually going to be my point. You know, that you should make EV charging bays just that by law. And I was thinking for the whole state, not just, for the councils, for the state to do it, and then to have these be able to be fined or towed away if ice vehicles become ice holes.
That would be awesome. I think that could be a potential achievement. I mean, I've got a funny feeling that I don't even know where the disabled bay legislation comes from. I presume it's probably a federal thing that the states have all adopted or all agreed to harmonise.
Good question.
But it's
I don't know
something
whether
that the
it's
state government could do.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, and there's more revenue associated too. The more fines they can give out, they can tow cars and make more money.
There you go.
Like all you can do is put a
jobs.
a tow thing on it, and every
Yeah.
single tow truck in the WA is going to be hunting them down.
That's exactly it.
And it doesn't just have to be disabled. You don't have to just compare it to disabled parking spots, but cars with prams. There's plenty of other spots.
True.
Yeah,
And
but they're
you
not
wouldn't-
enforceable.
Yeah.
Are they not?
No, they're
they're
not,
not.
Pete. No. Well, I recall having a
Clearways-
discussion
clearways
with
are.
a.
Like peak hour clearway traffic, that's enforceable. You can tow your car. So there's precedent there.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Comes back to, never put your reds with your whites.
Nigel, one
You rascal.
Go.
Nigel, one overarching thing that politicians in Australia especially just don't get is in 2021, the EV market share, the global EV market share was 9%. That went up, can't remember, it was over 100% from the year before. People say, yes, but that's coming off very low numbers. Well, the year before that, it went up 42% when the numbers were even lower. But the 5 years previous to that, it was going up 50% every year. The problem is that in Australia, EVs are less than 2%, and the politicians just dismiss this issue as just a fringe issue. It's something to look at, years down the track. We're only at 2%. By the time this affects, half or a third of my voting constituents, then I'll look at it. What they don't understand is that 9%, if it keeps on growing at 100%, it will be at
Compound
50%
interest.
within 3 years. And even if you work on the 50% annual growth rate, which was the average of the 5 years before, then it will get there in 4 years. Australia is completely unprepared for the onslaught of electric vehicles. And the fact that we don't produce the Falcons and the Commodores here anymore, we have no choice but to buy what the world sells. And the world is not selling ICE vehicles anymore. So we are, and then everyone will cry and say, this all happened overnight. We need time, blah, blah. This is what they need to, this is what they need to be preparing for.
How do you summarize that though, Pete? How do you summarize that in a bullet point? Like,
Well,
because
you can use China as an example. Right now, China.
use Norway.
No, but what's your? I wouldn't say, I hate the phrase elevator pitch, but what's your one sentence to say that? Because
we are Australia and WA is completely unprepared for the EV tsunami on our shores.
Yeah.
Inevitable EV tsunami on our shores.
Because the problem is, I know that Nigel's only going to have a limited amount of time to say a couple of things that might resonate.
I'll probably end up getting 10 minutes knowing my luck.
But that's to start off with.
That's a long time.
And so if you start off with that, then all the other issues, it adds a lot of weight to all the other things that you say afterwards, including the parking spots, etc. Because otherwise, he'll just go, yeah, this guy's talking about EVs. EVs are 2%. I'm worried about this in 3 or 4 years' time. And there's no sense of urgency.
Yeah, that's right.
But perhaps, Nigel, you could look at the example that just how many Model 3s are just arriving on WA's shores now, and there's no charging network for them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good point.
But again, how do you summarize these points in a kind of what's this politician going to take away from
I
your
think
meeting?
that you'd be lucky that he gives a shit, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah.
This is a guy, like I said, he was a small business minister 3 weeks ago. Now he's the environment minister. Next week he's going to be the tourism minister. week after that, it'd be the health minister. They don't care.
But Jared, this
I
is
hate to be
because we
so
don't.
cynical, but they just don't
But
give
we don't live in a technocracy where, like, you know, the Minister of Health has been a doctor for 35 years, and the Minister of the Education has been a teacher
but they just
for
don't seem
35
to
years.
care. They don't give a shit.
I've got some good graphs that
When he
show,
was a small
that
business
show
minister, he didn't care.
the exponential growth of change. So if you think of like Nokia, for example, as that people were still buying Nokia phones when iPhones were out. But before everyone knew it, everyone had an iPhone, right? Things like fabric dye, GM corn, or like car tires, cameras.
But is Nigel going to take a graph in?
We can.
Well, he could because
no, you can.
I'd just go with your black belt, Nigel.
No. So I think Russell and so Russell, do please show us some of these graphs. But the thing is, exponential growth. I think Elon Musk has quite eloquently, inverted commas, tried to say this. Human beings are linear. We can understand what 1 + 1 is and just keep adding that every year as a steady growth. But exponential growth is, we just don't comprehend it. We can't feel it. We can't understand it. So all you need to show is a couple of graphs of things that have happened in the past. And if you look, the first few years, well, here's one that's very topical for us is coronavirus, right? At the start of this year, the entire number of cases Western Australia had in absolute total, I think, was about 1,200 on the 1st of January. It would have been difficult at that time to understand that in a few weeks' time, there would be 40 times that many cases active, not total, but active at any one time. Because you just go, oh, well, that's kind of so much more than there was. So Russell, explain some of these graphs.
And where did you get these graphs from, Russell?
There's sources on here, but this was from a YouTube video that I watched. But I've got plenty of other ones as well that I take screenshots of and stuff. But essentially what this is trying to show is, as there's two technologies that are available, one superseding the other. When you look at, say, look at the insulin one, for example, there's a point of inflection. Let me just draw it on here. So as this sort of spikes up, this point here, this is sort of like where we are now with EVs, like globally. And we're just about to sort of like hit that inflection point where there's more vertical than horizontal in the growth. And between this point here, let's just say it's like 84, it's only 4 years before it actually crosses over and it is parity with numbers. But during this period, this actually becomes a lot cheaper than what this does before it actually inflects. So it's actually like around here when the cost is actually parity. And it takes
one thing I'd point out though, Russell, is cars are incredibly complex things. Each of these are relatively non-complex within their
It's not relevant
realms.
though. It's not relevant, Richard. It doesn't matter.
Russell, I've got a question for you. Who's going to be the next Prime Minister of Australia? That's
not the point. No, but Jared, no. If we get off the politics for a moment, the point that is being made, and Richard, so you're saying, but it's, well, actually, I dare say that recombinant insulin, the technology to actually produce that was actually really difficult and complex. The product,
but once you've got it down, then you can ramp up.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I can give you
Tesla,
example of the cars if you want, because what happens is the cars that are made at the moment, an ICE vehicle, there's been hundreds of years worth of development to get to the point where they're value for money to make, right? And they're making like a small margin of each car. The margins that are currently being made by China and Tesla at the moment on their vehicles are far in excess of the margins made off ICE cars, right?
Well, I guess the point I'm trying to make is all of those examples there are relatively simple
Yeah,
No,
but
I
it's
get
trying
your
to
point,
show,
Harold.
it's
About,
trying to show exponential growth. It's just trying to show the
was
principle of
difficult.
exponential growth. And it doesn't matter if it's single or combined. It's the concept that it's trying to be across. And if you look at all these, the time period is relatively similar across all these things.
Okay, but vehicles are also expensive investments.
But Richard, but
you look at Toyota,
Russell's
and they spend $10 million on advertising. Tesla don't spend a cent on advertising.
No, yeah, and also too, the cost
there's a massive profit just on its own side.
Hang on, I feel like Harold's going to make.
So Russ, I think one of the great points that Russell's trying to make is on his graph is indicated for the insulin section is that actually, and this is a little bit like the iPhone Nokia thing, the new version of insulin was already cheaper than the old version, but by definition, the thing is, and the old one was reducing, but there was a lot of inertia in the system because there would have been acceptance and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But the writing was already on the wall well before the point of inflection, which is when they both met in the center.
Do you know what graph I'd love to see here would be horse and cart versus motor vehicle?
It'll be the same. It'll literally be the same. Because
you think so? Okay.
In 1910, no one had I don't have the.
I know what you're thinking about.
I know. I've got
a photo of New York.
I think Harold, maybe we should do like we've done forecasting, Tesla's growth. Let's forecast who the Prime Minister of Australia is going to be.
No, Jared. I don't. But to be honest, I don't actually care. To be brutally honest,
I don't think it's relevant either.
It doesn't matter. In fact, it doesn't actually matter who the Prime Minister is. EVs are coming regardless, like literally. But the image I'm trying to capture is.
I can understand what Russell's saying about that sort of 4 to 5 year bracket. Once something starts to take off, within 4 to 5 years,
I guess what I'm thinking is global supply shortages. We haven't got the battery mineral processing in. Battery mineral mining is not ramped up. Battery mineral process manufacture is not there, even if we want it to be. I guess in those other examples, the manufacturing ability to make that thing was there. So I guess I'm putting it kind of in context.
Here it is. Here's 13 years. This is extreme, but here is 13 years of difference, right? So
this is the horse and cart, and
this is 1900.
Yeah. No,
right?
I wondered if it might be that you were talking about. Yeah.
So this is 1900, and there is one horseless carriage.
Yeah.
There's one car amongst all of the horse and buggies. Now, what you can't see here and what you can't see here is the putrefaction of the roads due to horse excrement. I mean, that was a huge job in itself, was to try and clear. I don't even know if they. Well, I guess they had to try and clear it because otherwise it would just mountain up, pile up.
So we've got the putrefaction of the human body with CO2, SOx, NOx, PM 2.5.
Precisely. So this is 1900 to be clear, and the next image is 1913, and in this image it's the same street section of Fifth Avenue,
and there is one,
and there's all of these cars, and there's the one. It's a bit pixelated, but there's the one horse and buggy. So in 13 years, you went from 1 to 10,000, and then to 10,000 to 1.
Hey,
one
Richard,
thing I have
can
noticed.
ask you a question as well about the resource thing, if you want. I've got a rebuttal to that. So your point is accurate to some degree, and I guess this is not financial advice situation, but this is one of the biggest reasons people are considering investing in Tesla shares. Why this is very, very important is that the resources that are used to produce batteries for the EV industry are different between Tesla, China. They're both the same, but everybody else is different on a whole. And we discussed this last week about the iron-based batteries.
LFPs, for sure, which has huge potential,
Yeah, so if the OEM industry, which is like Toyota, Honda, Ford, GM, all those companies, Volkswagen, they're all searching for the same minerals. They all want cobalt, they all want nickel, right? Whereas that amount is limited, very, very limited compared to their availability of lithium and iron, right? Now, Chinese companies and Tesla are not going to be resource constrained because they've got the technology available to use that.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah, because what Tesla have done is they've teamed up with 6 different battery manufacturers and also directly buying resources from mining companies themselves on a purchase deal ahead of time, not a spot price.
BHP's Nickel West or Liontown being 2 examples.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, and even things like CATL, who own a portion of like CATH and things like that. CATH have just bought essentially funding the largest lithium deposit in the world in the Congo by AVZ, which is an Australian Perth company. So those sort of agreements with those companies.
Okay, sorry. What's their ticker number? Ticker
AVZ. I've made actually a bomb off that one. I bought in at like 6 cents. Went up to like $1.30 last week. It's gone mental. Anyway,
hang on a second. Before we go further to that, I've got to play this.
Good night.
The following segment.
Oh, good
Sorry,
night, Carmen.
We haven't given you much opportunity to talk.
The following segment is general in nature and shouldn't be taken as personal professional advice. Listeners should seek their own independent assessment from a qualified advisor and not rely on the general nature of information in this program.
So, Pete, do you still, just out of coincidence or out of interest, do you still have a license? Are you still a licensed stockbroker?
Absolutely not.
Can you razz one up? Can you just send? Can you just like get a grandfather one in or something?
No, there is no such thing as a licensed stockbroker. So the license is held with the company, the broking firm, and then you just become an authorized representative of that license holder.
So we have,
and you can't be an authorized representative if you're not employed in the industry.
So,
or if you're employed by that company.
Can we have Tokwa ask us anything, brokers or financial planners, and we'd be able to give some, because we are. What are those finance? What's that term? It's a concoction of finance and influencers. Finfluencers. Because this channel will go viral, with or without a vaccine.
I haven't finished my point yet. Still got more to go.
Because we need protection as finfluencers. No, anyway, go Russell.
So in regards to the supply, the supply that's going to be coming out of China and out of Tesla is far more guaranteed than everywhere else in the world, and they're going to be able to produce definitely between Tesla and China, probably over 60% of the world's EVs, just due to the amount of batteries they're going to have, whereas everyone else is going to be scrapping over the leftovers, and their battery technology is going to be worse. It's going to be more expensive, so they're going to be able to sell vehicles. Like, why would you buy an inferior product for more money? It doesn't make any sense. So the problem we have in Australia is that we don't have any standards about emissions. So essentially what's going to happen is EV companies are incentivized to sell EVs to countries with emission goals so they can offset the rest of their fleet. So what will happen in Australia is all the manufacturers who need to keep trying to sell regular cars to keep the banks ticking over are going to flood Australian markets with just anything they can find, which will then limit the amount of EVs that come in.
We do have emissions control, but it's voluntary, and no manufacturer has actually managed to make it.
So actually, this is a good point, Nigel, because one of the things I would stress would be the security concerns, because work sent me and the only other battery, in inverted commas, expert to an energy minerals conference in Perth 6-7 months ago, and the US consulate was there. And he, in no uncertain terms, basically said, Australia, sort your shit out, because battery energy minerals are now a critical security issue. and they are critical to the United States and their security partners, i.e. Australia. So he could not have been clearer. And Bill Johnston was sitting 10 feet away from me and listening to the same guy.
President Biden has just announced that he wants to invoke the whatever War Act for batteries.
Yep.
Good.
Manufacturing Act.
Well, sorry, is that
which he
actually
has
happening?
done. He has done.
He has done.
Go,
That's
Pete.
huge.
So go, Pete.
Really?
No, I was
Was
just
that
going to
agreement?
add to Russell's earlier point about the firmed up supply that Tesla has. It's also the only car manufacturer that's actually going to be mining its own lithium. And
Yes,
I mean,
saw that.
Elon touched on this Battery Day. He said that Tesla's got a patent for extracting lithium, a non-toxic manner using basically table salt, and they've got a tenement somewhere in the US. I can't remember.
They're
in
hiring
which
geotech.
state. Yes, so I can't remember. Yeah, in which state, and maybe you can pull up Elon's latest tweet where he's basically expressed his frustration with the lithium industry, saying lithium is one of the most abundant, elements in the Earth's crust. Yet, there's a shortage,
in low
and the
concentration.
supply is coming on. Yeah, but the supply is coming on in too slow. Every other manufacturer is they have no choice but to take whatever conditions there are. So all they do is they're price takers and they're volume takers. Whatever volume there is, they take. If there's no volume, they can't take it. Tesla's not happy with that. They're like, well, if the volume isn't there, we'll find our own volume. If you can't do it, if the industry can't do it, well, we'll do it for you. If the industry can't produce enough batteries, well, we'll make them. If the industry can't make batteries cheap enough, we'll make them.
But we'll also buy everyone else's as well at a reasonable price.
Yeah, I just sent you a link as well, Harold. What this one shows is WA, because it's not part of the national energy grid. We're operating in some like government-funded, subsidised energy market essentially. Whereas over east, they have like an open grid market where they can trade energy during the day, and you get different prices and whatnot. The state government essentially subsidise their energy, but they guarantee production of gas that they're going to use as well.
Yeah.
And if you look at the graph on that
coal,
chart,
I thought.
essentially, what was that?
And coal, I thought. It's Collie.
If you look at the graph on that thing, you'll see that the amount of So that's.
Oh, sorry. I just got to close that. Oh, hang on a sec. Sorry. This is just. There we go. There we go.
So it's showing that the actual generation of electricity is going down, where every other state in Australia is going up because they've got a national market where they know that renewable energy is actually cheaper to produce than gas or coal or whatever. So that's why we're in a bit of a shitty situation here, because they're isolated from the rest of the country's energy grid. They can't trade energy.
Yeah, true, but we can switch quicker.
Yeah,
when the momentum.
But they're not, because they've guaranteed a supply to, say, Strike Energy, for example, who are supplying the energy
No, I know, but when shit gets real, things like that can get torn up. So
potentially,
but Defence Production Act. I didn't actually realise that he'd done that. Yeah.
Biden plays a national security card. You can see it there. The Defence Production Act to encourage mining raw materials for batteries.
Which it's a bit crap, because I mean, they're essentially then subsidising people who didn't lift their game up 10 years ago, like Tesla did.
Well,
they've taken a head start, done it, and now everyone else is like, "Oh, you guys didn't do it enough. Oh, don't worry, we'll just like subsidise them for you so you can catch up." Like, it's ridiculous.
That's exactly what's happening in Queensland with their EV subsidy. That the minister there has basically said, "Well, we've excluded the Tesla Model 3 because Tesla doesn't need subsidies. It's the other cars that have got low range that need subsidies." It's like this is such flawed logic. It's, the reverse of that is basically we're rewarding the companies that have been really slow in producing EVs that people want, and we're rewarding EVs with really low range, and we're penalizing EVs that people want and EVs with respective range.
But on the flip side of that, Pete, is the fact that if they were to provide a $3,000 subsidy to buy a Tesla, it's like saying we're going to give you $3,000 off a Mercedes, and people will go ape shit over.
Yes.
And why subsidise posh
Well,
cars?
no, that's not true. Well, no,
that's
well, that's
no,
not true
no,
because
no,
it's
no.
happening in New South Wales.
Have a go at the
It's happening in New South. It's happening in New South Wales, and no one went ape shit. And and this, if they want, if that's what they're worried about, then introduce a means test. Then don't try and pick winners with the EVs, but just say, anyone earning over $350,000 a year, it doesn't apply to you, or whatever amount you want to choose. But means test it, but don't pick winners. This is, it's like from a shareholder's point of view. I mean, it's Australia is now a really risky market, because why would you go into this market where your competitors may be given a $3,000 advantage over you in the marketplace, completely through the stroke of a pen of a politician? I mean, it's not a fair and open market. Where's the market forces? It's just nonsense.
I don't think they need subsidies. I really don't. I think they should start taxing.
Not at the moment.
I think they should start taxing ICE vehicles more instead.
That's not going to happen.
Because, well, the way it could work is cigarettes, for example. If anyone had said cigarettes would cost $50 a carton 10 years ago, people would go mental.
Look, it's the same thing. Cigarettes and ICE vehicles are exactly the same.
Yeah, so in terms of taxing them, if they increase tax on owning an old vehicle.
But that's not politically achievable.
Just reduced the tax 22 cents a litre.
I know, that's ridiculous.
Yes,
and
that's crazy.
And they didn't take the tax off the vehicles in Victoria that are driving around either.
So every economist has the answer. Every economist knows the answer, or knows the term that's the problem. And that's a one-word term starting with letter E, which is externality. If you don't count the externalities, you're not doing it properly. So as soon as all you have to do is count the externality, and then everything is solved by basic economic theory that which is damaging is expensive, and that which is not damaging is cheap.
But we know that because we're in our circle, and we're way down that path. Like it's like I'm just trying to play to this lowest common denominator of how do you just say bullet points.
They put a price on carbon, fix up the carbon credits, then it would just sort itself out.
Or maybe not bother.
I would be going. Sorry, I would be going for security and provision of charging network for the thousands of people that are buying EVs in WA. That this massive influx that is not being catered for. But I don't know. Who knows?
Do you go by the theory of there is a tsunami and it's coming, which is EVs?
Yes.
And they are engaging in a silicon chip type cost reduction process. So they're not manufactured. They're not physical products. So if you subsidize, or if you accommodate, or if you count externalities, or if you adjust prices accordingly, the wave will come sooner. But if you do nothing, or even actively block, by 2030 the game's over. Every car will be an EV.
No, absolutely. I would go tsunami. I would go security, and I would go. Do you know how good this is for Australia if we get into energy mineral mining? That's probably what I would. The 3 points that I would go. But who knows what they're going to be receptive to?
But Nigel, ask for another $10 million to be injected into the
that's good too.
The EV highway urgently.
Now I'll take the 10 million. And
no. Yeah, put it on Tesla shares, and then we don't care.
On Tesla shares, yeah.
Which actually, and again, this is
The following segment is
And we've
general
heard
in
that
nature
before. Oh,
and shouldn't be taken.
but
This is not financial advice. Do your own research.
do your own research, but there might be another buying opportunity of Nigel Darmus type.
It's just
extent.
actually creeping back up to almost $1,000.
I reckon. Here's a good little. This is a nice little late night segment of Ask Us Anything, because next week's going to be the earnings call. What are they going to say about Shanghai? They're going to say, we don't know. It could be shut for weeks. It could be shut for months.
Yeah, that's huge.
So I've got a theory. That's like a long theory, and is that so SAIC, the company that's owned by the Chinese government, they're still operating, and they're still in Shanghai.
In what sense, though? How are they operating? Fully,
they produce EVs, but they're producing like 1/10 the volume of what Shanghai Tesla are doing, right? They're still in production, and Tesla aren't. So I feel that the Chinese government.
I think their employees. I think their employees are sleeping in the factory, aren't they?
Yeah, sleeping in the
That's
factory.
how they're doing it.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
Wow. As can Tesla, though, Russell. So Tesla employees can do that, but the issue is
No, but they've got 1/10 the number of employees, and they're producing like 10 times as many vehicles.
Yeah, but maybe they've got 10 times the stock at hand, so maybe they can continue to produce vehicles for the next period of time.
What's going to happen is that I don't think that the true volume of production has been unleashed at Shanghai, and they've got all these parts building up that they're going to be able to start throwing in cars. And you'll see once they open, the first few weeks is going to be absolutely mental. They're going to be pushing out a car in 43 seconds, and you're going to have the biggest weekly output of cars just to make up for the losses in Q1. So the whole year, I think it's going to be the same. I'll just catch back up in Q2's, like the first few weeks going to be mental. But long term, to get around this, the Tesla bot will take the job of all those people that work there, and they won't get any shitty like union problems or COVID problems or whatever. And the guy that stands there and puts the spring into the hole or whatever when they do the wheel thing up, that'll just be a robot instead. And you won't have to worry about any of these like people issues anymore.
Which goes to in an exponential growth curve, if you move an exponential left or right by several months, even a year, like we're not going to care. Pete's projection for Tesla's share price in 2020 is $20,000. I think for 2025 it was 5,000, Pete. I think that was right. 2025.
Correct.
So it could mean that Tesla won't get to 5,000 until 2026 and won't get to 20,000 until 2031. So in an exponential, this little blip is literally meaningless. But in a short-term basis and a share, well, Pete, what's the definition of the share market? Short-term, long-term? It's a short-term, it's a voting. How's it go?
Short-term, it's a voting machine. Long-term, it's a weighing machine. Yep.
Yes. So in the long term, the share price will converge to where it should be. In the short term, it's just going to go all over the shop. And I think, I don't know why, but maybe it's just us in Perth obsessing about the fact that China is shut, because every single car that is imported into Western Australia comes from one factory that is shut. So make no mistake, if the Shanghai factory doesn't open until Q3, there will be 0 cars delivered in Q2, except for Lancers. But his was built on the 9th of January, I think. So he's in the past. I mean, he's driving the future, but he's in the past. He's the last of the Mohegans that were built.
That's still very important.
But very important too, yeah. Very important, Lance. And as is Chuck too, who is fast asleep, going to wake up 2 hours before us. But the influence of Shanghai at the moment is massive, and I don't think anyone in the States or in Europe has bothered Well, actually, Europe, they should be thinking about it because all of their Model 3s come from Shanghai.
Do you know, it's funny because the Tesla haters haven't jumped on this yet, and
I haven't.
To me, it's
Yeah, what's happened to
fucking-
Gordon Johnson? He's gone
it's a
quiet.
fucking yeah, it's a fucking catastrophe.
I'm bamboozled by this as well. I thought the stock price would come back. I was expecting the stock price to come back quite a lot
it's not
yesterday,
rational.
and when it opened today, I thought it would come back, 2 or 3% or 4% more than the Nasdaq. And
look at that, it's gone up. It's ridiculous.
That's what I said. It was almost 1,000.
No, because that would make sense.
What does Warren Buffett say when the market gets what's the opposite of scared?
Yeah.
When it gets greedy. No, when it gets greedy, he goes, when the market is greedy, I get scared, and when the market is scared, I get greedy. And the market's just bonkers. They don't understand in the short term it's half of Tesla's production. Shanghai is more than half. It's 2,000 cars a day, and Tesla in their Q1 results did about just under 4,000 cars per day. So Shanghai is half
Texas
of their
has just
production.
come online.
That's a rounding error. That's like Texas and Brandenburg is a rounding error in deliveries and production.
At the moment,
it's nothing. And as the S curve, it'll take months. Shanghai took a year to get to, and Shanghai could be shut. It's the Chinese government aren't going to do a U-turn unless it suits them. That factory could be shut for months.
But if the CCP are going to only insist on having the Sinovac antivirus vaccine, they're fucked. Like, I mean, I'm not going to say this is going to be their downfall, but it's like,
Oh no! Shanghai is a rounding error to that. Well, it's not really a rounding error, but it's 25 million out of 1.4 billion.
No, but if you're saying that whole 1.4 billion are only going to be vaccinated with the Sinovac vaccine, then it's just going to run rampant.
Yes, it will.
Yes,
guarantee it.
Yeah. So they're going to have to eventually give up, but they might take months to get to that point, because Hubei province was shut for 59 days.
I heard they called McGowan the other week to get some tips from him how to do it.
Get fucked.
World leader, I heard, in that sort of thing.
It's late and it's just us. So tangent time, it's spent 2 months backpacking through China, and they're just the loveliest people, and just ruled by the CCP, who are just, we all know. So I just feel so just desperately sorry for them. But yeah,
so for Tesla, in 2 years' time, you won't even see it on their graph. It'll be
okay.
You think Q2 will be a historic regression from growth.
But
so
but that's more what I'm worried about, because if they're just going to be losing people left, right, and center, and they're just going to have these continual waves through people that are not adequately vaccinated, isn't that going to affect Tesla's production ongoing?
But then you'll have Brandenburg and Austin.
Which is why I'm not,
in
really
6
worried.
months. Yeah, in 6 months they will resemble. 9 months. They'll. Maybe 6 months. They might resemble China's Shanghai's production. But then don't forget. Go, Nigel.
No, in his speech, I think it was in Brandenburg, Elon said that this factory is going to start off slow and we're going to ramp it up. And we hope to have produced 100,000 vehicles by the end of the year. Now, that would have only have been about 380 cars per day on average.
Okay.
So I mean, they'll be gearing it up. So by the end of the year, they might be hitting 1,000 cars a day, but that
So
is
that's-
a third of their capability.
So as of today, we are
Oh, right.
26,000 cars. Sorry, not we, because we don't. Well, Tesla,
We're all one
26,000
planet.
cars behind, and in 1 year, by the end of this year, Brandenburg, as Nigel said, may have produced in total 100,000. So if this goes on, and every day that Shanghai is closed, you're losing 2,000 cars a day. So in 50 days, there goes all of Brandenburg's production
Wow.
for the rest of this year.
Yeah.
And Texas will be in exactly the same position,
Yeah.
if not possibly worse, because in fact, Brandenburg produce Model Ys with the 2170s, which have less constraints. They're more constrained on silicon, whereas in Austin, they are producing the 4680s. Sorry, they're using 4680s, which are supply constrained. So in Austin, it's probably more likely to be battery constraint than semiconductor constraint. So even if, let's just say, Texas does 100,000 this year, which would be a great result probably, there's 200,000. Well, my math is terrible. That's 100 days. Well, that's a quarter. And if China continues to say that every suburb or whatever needs 7 or 14 days of zero cases, not some or thousands, but zero, it could drag on for, like I said, Hubei was 59 days, and that was the easy one, as Nigel knows. That was the easy virus to combat if you isolate and
Yeah, it was nowhere near as infectious as Omicron.
Yeah.
So short term, this is a great buying opportunity. Not yet, but it ought to be once. And why all these Tesla haters aren't onto it, like a seagull to a hot chip, is
That's
beyond
what,
me.
but yeah, which just demonstrates they have no idea what they're talking about.
I think
Precisely.
the reason why they're not is because even if with this less numbers of production, it's still outselling every other vehicle manufacturer in the world
At the moment.
even with the less production out of Shanghai. So it almost makes no difference. Like, what are they going to judge it against? Everyone else who's doing less still.
And the great thing is Tesla has how many billions of dollars in cash? It's
18 billion
thank God.
US.
Thank
So-
God
Over
they
8
do.
billion. And
So
then,
they
that
could
does, and then they've got $1 billion in Bitcoin too.
True.
Yes.
Yeah. Good
So
point.
so they could literally afford to do what they did 18 months ago, which was make zero profit, and they could do that indefinitely and still have cash. Which is the irony. That's Tesla's so strong. This is as important as it is to Australia for Model 3 sales into this country and even for Europe for that matter.
And why? And why?
Yeah. We're forgetting the why.
I want my why.
Yeah. So do many people.
Why are they not making the long range available?
Actually, that I'm gonna take that as a
Segue.
oblique segue to something I've been trying to get to for a while, which has nothing to do with the Model Y or the Model 3, but it has everything to do with the Model S and the Model X. And there
I
are
better go
two
now.
two of us. No, you're going to listen to this, Nigel, because it's very interesting. Now, this image, this is courtesy of Munro Live. This is an image of a Model, I think it's a Model 3.
Really?
And you'll
Looks a bit too
notice
high, but okay.
that this here, because this is an American car, built in America, this is where the steering wheel thingy goes through, the shaft, the
One on the
linkage,
other
right?
side.
Now, there's one on the other side for the right-hand drive cars. And I think this might actually be the brake pedal. This might be for the brake booster or whatever, the direct linkage, which I think they still have. Now, if we flick to the next image, this is just another version of the same thing, right? So you've got the left-hand drive and the right-hand drive compatibility. Now, what makes me really, really sad is that this is the Plaid Model S.
Oh, what? Oh, yeah.
And it doesn't have the mirror image.
But
This
you can
is the
order
left.
it for Australia.
You can, but what it tells me is that Tesla. I don't even have words how to describe it, but for some ridiculous reason, they've decided to have a custom well, for lack of a better term, the firewall, whatever they really call it.
Bulkhead, yeah, whatever you want to call it.
Is completely differentiated between left and right hand drive versions. There are two different bulkheads
Which makes
or
the
firewalls.
S and therefore by extension your Model X longer away.
Longer away. Much, much longer away. Because
doesn't worry me.
Well,
shut up, Nigel.
Because the Model 3 and the Model Y have exactly this setup, which is the mirror image. And this has been done in Fremont and in China for both variants. They've had this exact same mirror image setup, and yet for some reason,
sorry, mate,
the Plaid S, God only knows why, they've just decided to say, no, we're just focusing. There's the brake doodad, and there's your steering thing. On this side, there's just nothing.
It looks like it's not symmetrical on the engine or the engine bay area, I guess you can call it, whatever that's called. You can see that mount on each side is asymmetric.
Yes.
So
there's some asymmetry there. That's right, Russell.
Yeah,
I don't know
maybe
why.
that's why, because you can't actually physically fit a steering shaft down there if those are. Maybe it's like something to do with the motor configuration on a Plaid. I don't know.
Thing is, I mean, well, you know, I tell you what, Russell, Nigel, Richard, Damo, Pete, Lance, Ben, Jackie, and Dale. Look, just come past my place. You know, my ex has had a good run. We could just, you know, get some tools out and we'll just strip it back to the body in white. We'll do a video, obviously, because that would be useful, and we could have a look.
I can't help you do that, Harold.
This sounds like a very expensive experiment.
Well, my car's done 209,000 Ks. It's fairly depreciated.
Still worth
so
a lot of money.
It's not as expensive now as it would have been 5 years ago.
That is not the point. Have you seen what
do you reckon it's worth today, Harold?
Yeah.
My
Whatever I
car.
can finance.
I reckon you get 69,420 for it.
yeah, from you.
Actually, Russell, I think that might be the only price I'll take. If someone offers me 70,000, I'll say, I'm sorry, I can't take it. Oh, why is that, sir? Do you want more? No, I want 69,420, please. I don't know, Pete. It's complicated. I just don't know the answer to that whatsoever.
I saw a 60D come up for like 140 grand
Model
or
X.
something. Yeah,
No,
60D.
No, it's
75.
No,
it's a 75.
Today, on car sales today, there was a 75D Model X that popped up in WA for 135 grand, 60,000 K at a dealer.
No, yeah, but I'm sure I've seen this one, a 60D. Obviously, it's the 75. I think it's must be a very early one, and it was up for a ridiculous amount of money. And I literally messaged the guy, say, "Are you actually
that's the one
taking the piss?"
That blows my mind.
Why were you hating on him? Like, if you can get that money, good on him. But why is that a problem?
No.
Oh no.
Like, this is a car dealer.
All power to look. Actually, I'll take that back.
No problem.
To be honest, and the whole purpose of this channel is to answer questions honestly. That's too expensive. It's not a good deal.
No.
If
taking a piss.
Well, if this, it's complicated, but anyone that buys this car needs to be aware that there are some structural issue. Well, not structural. the MCU, the media control unit, will be the version 1, which you'd have to basically.
Unless it's been upgraded.
Well, unless it's been upgraded, that's true. But I guess you'd have to confirm that and do your research. I mean, actually, that's ridiculous. So we've got the 2017 Model X75D for 135,990. We've then got a 2016 75D for $150,000, excluding transfer.
But look, devil's advocate again. If people are getting finding buyers at those prices.
Actually, notice the number. Oh no, maybe it is a Australian number plate. Personally, I wouldn't pay that much money for those cars, but that's very personal. Just if you want a Model X, just order it on Tesla's website and just wait because it's worth it.
No, you can't. 69,420. Take it round to the car dealers and get 100 for it.
I think my car's. I think, in all honesty, my car's probably, and this has been recorded, so I'm going to just persist with it. I don't know what I'm going to sell it for, but I think it's probably worth. Well, I just don't know. I'm going to flick a number. I'm going to call it 80.
I think you're underselling it. I'd give you 80 tomorrow.
And that's not
and
that's not to say I will sell it for that, or I may sell it for more. I'm not stupid. I'm not going to give it away.
No.
But I'm not going to milk someone either, and I'm going to be brutally honest with all its features.
What's it say on Redbook? Does the Redbook have your car in there for second-hand value?
No, Redbook's irrelevant almost. You get 130 for that car.
I mean, these days, look, all second-hand cars are going for crazy prices. People are selling Land Cruisers. The V8 series before the V6 series as a second-hand car for more than they paid new, and things like that. So value has gone out the window with inflation and all that sort of stuff. So
when people are listing Model 3s for sale, everybody who owns a Model 3 is saying, "Oh, fucking hell, it's too expensive. Why are you selling it so expensive for, you dickhead?" Like, wouldn't people with the cars be like, "Fucking oath, like, if I can get that much for it, wouldn't everyone be supporting it?"
Yeah,
exactly.
Because when a house sells next two houses down for twice the price that you paid for yours, you're just going.
Like, why would you criticize them for? I mean, it's just ridiculous. I don't understand. Like, what's with people?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, if you can get a price from someone, go for it.
That's what I mean. Like, if I was selling mine, I'd put it up for 100 grand, see what happens.
Oh, same.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah.
I'd put mine up for 99 to undercut you.
That's all right. You can take the business. I'll hold out, just like I'm holding out my Tesla shares.
Well, there's a great.
Go,
Richard.
Go on, huh?
No, go, Richard.
No, I was just going to say we got our Model S. It's a 2015 model. We got it in 2017 for 110, and I thought that was an absolute bargain. Like, don't get me wrong, that was like I had to borrow 80 grand. I had to put the stamp duty on the credit card. I had like the maximum deposit I could put down, which I think was 25 or 30, and I got a work. Actually, one for you, Damo. Yeah, I got our Roy Hill novated leasing scheme. It was like, I'm either always going to talk about being into Tesla, or I'm forever, or I'm actually going to do it, and I did it.
So you stretched. So you did the classic.
Yeah,
you stretched every lucky band that you had at the time.
Yeah,
to get into it.
But the guy that bought my car, he paid like nearly 210 grand for it, and I got it 2 years after that for 110 from him, which I thought was an absolute bargain. I still do. I mean, I know that you can get the cheaper ones now with maybe a better spec, but I still think it's got 5 years we've had it. Like, amazing.
Yep.
And Yeah, I just don't want you to, undersell your ex because
no. What
so
I mean
many
is,
of us here would have it straight off you
yeah.
for a
But
ridiculously silly price, but that's not fair on you.
no. But it's good to be healthily realistic, and also,
I reckon if you're trying to sell your 3, I reckon you got to go now, because once the Model Y
3.
comes
What
out,
3?
no, not you
Aaron.
personally, but if
Oh,
someone out
sorry.
there listening in YouTube wants to sell their Model 3, my recommendation is get it sold now, because in the imminent future, when we start getting Model Ys in Australia, there's going to be so many Model 3s in the market, you're going to lose probably 10% of your sale price.
Russell, I agree that the prices will start coming down, but in terms of this, everyone was saying this in the US in January of 2020. They were saying once Model Ys start being produced, and they started being produced in January of 2020, and they started the first deliveries in March 2020. And in January, everyone was saying all the Model 3s are going to come down in price because Model Ys will start being delivered. In March, Model Y started getting delivered. Prices of Model 3s didn't do anything.
Yeah, right.
Oh, good. All right. Because I was thinking of maybe like just buying a Model Y and selling the 3, having 2 for a while. That way, at least I could, because realistically, like I really prefer a Y than a 3, just because it's like, more space.
Many people would.
Yeah, but I mean, I couldn't buy one, so you buy a 3, right? But if I had the choice then, I would just bought a Y. Even if it was like 10 grand more, still would have bought it. It's not the money, it's more the function I was after.
But the same with my friends Joe and Seb. Like they really wanted a Y, but they bought a 3 because Y wasn't available.
I need a Y to be able to get in and out. I'm really struggling now with the arthritis in my spine.
Oh yeah, okay.
I have to be careful getting in, and then I struggle getting out. It's just terrible. So
the Model Y will be higher, so like have a higher clearance, but more importantly, the seats will be up higher.
Yes,
so it'll be a lot more comfortable.
On risers, yeah. Is there anything you can do, Nigel? Like raise your centenary gauge or
No, look, I've had 3 fusions in the neck, some laminectomies, I've had rhizotomies.
Why don't you get those Lamborghini doors, Nige? The ones that go like this.
Well, how about a Model X for 69,420?
There you go.
But getting back to my previous point, you can't buy a Model X in Australia at the moment. You can reserve one without having any guide as to when you might get it, and without having any idea of what the price is.
And with the
so I mean, you can reserve, a place in the queue blindly, but the alternative is to try and find one on the second-hand market. Hence why they're commanding those prices.
And to that, I might just.
And
we're back. So that was like a little interlude. So sorry to Joseph and Damon and Ashley and everyone else that watches. Yeah, that was great fun.
I know it's getting a bit late in the session, Harold, but I think you need to issue some sort of retraction this week. Is that right?
That's very late. You're a vet. That's a very, and is Damo is here. So Damo, are you in the house? Please say yes.
Barely.
He's still here.
Damo's barely there. So Russell, please do continue.
There's some documentation going around.
Right.
Currently with the lawyers, so I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about it too much. But I'm sure
so before we slander anyone, I guess we could say that at the time the information that was presented was thought to be accurate, but it was later found to not be accurate. So Damo, what does this pertain to?
What was that?
Oh, sorry. So
So
Damo, so Damo,
seriously, what was that? What does it want?
No, sorry. So you're at the drags last week, and I recall that Peter Harris accused you of losing. Well, he accused himself of winning But I believe he broke out. Is that the technical term?
He jumped
the
the gun.
drags. He jumped the gun.
Yeah, I'll fill in. Sound like Damo's preoccupied in the bedroom or something. I'm not sure what he's doing in there.
I think Damo's having a night. Damo's having a nightmare.
Took off about 0.4, 0.5 of a second before the light went green. In other words, he jumped.
Yep.
And he got disqualified.
Right. So if for example you just subtracted that jump time, did he actually still beat you? Or I mean, apart from being disqualified, which is obviously legit, but would he have still, was he more than 0.4 of a second in front of you at the other end?
I'm not sure that ET's on that run.
Oh, because I'd like to know that, because I know in the spirit he's disqualified and that's just too bad, so sad. But what if he jumped you but still beat you on the corrected time?
I've got the video we can watch if you want.
Yeah, go on. Let's watch it. Go on, Russell.
How am I going to do this? Hang on, let me see what I can do.
Yeah, we'll just talk amongst ourselves.
I'm going to save it somehow, and then actually no, I can share. How am I going to do this?
You could just share it as it's playing or something like that. So
can I?
So Damo, I want you to do some homework to work out whether Peter perhaps still beat you in the spirit, like, you know.
Yeah. Okay. So what also is good about this is that Damo's still undefeated. So his car, anyone's going to buy it in the future, still undefeated over the quarter mile, worth next to 10 grand. Hasn't yet. So that's why he was so adamant about proving this case, because it's worth more money if you don't lose at the drags.
So does that mean that when I get my Cybertruck and I beat Damo in my Cybertruck because he's still got his Model 3, that I can declare myself as undefeated against Damo, and I'll be the world champion of the Kwinana drags. Oh, so Russell, you're fiddling. I hope the camera's.
Champion.
I'm not quite sure where the camera's pointing. Oh, it's flicking around. All right, cool. Russell's working stuff out. And then for those of us that need to sleep, we'll get well, and anyone watching in half-hour slabs like many do. Oh, here we go. We got activity.
Oh,
all we see is a pussy. Oh yes, that could be no.
Oh, some gold conversation here.
Yeah, we'll have to pause that to read it properly. GigaFest. Oh dear.
Oh, all on record.
Yeah, it's all being recorded. We could just pause this, perhaps. Oh, here we go.
Whoa, that is a proper jump the gun.
Oh, can't read it. Oh, is that 9 and 5?
I'm not.
No, that can't be right.
You'd have to maybe check with him if he's still got the time card.
Yeah, cool. But wouldn't the time card have actually said that he's disqualified, like he's jumped? Would that not say it on the time card straight away?
Yeah, surely.
That looks like 11.5 and 11.3.
Right, so Damo still wins.
I couldn't swear to that.
Yeah, it's red lighted.
Oh, gotcha. Yes, can see there. Yeah.
It'll say whether you win or lose as well.
Ah, so maybe Pete just looked at the time and didn't notice the win or lose.
Yeah,
You're a very humble man, Damo.
My times were never going to be good that night, but as I said, like on that run, I was at 52% state of charge, so it just couldn't get it off the line properly. But then once you got going, it was fine, you know. It just didn't have that initial, like
Rush.
that burst of power off the line or
Yeah,
torque.
it makes a big difference.
But as it turns out, Damo, you were the tortoise and the hare. So you were the tortoise, and you still won, mate. So, but that's all right. At least Pete had his moment in the sun for a week, and then we corrected the record, which is appropriate to do. So, It's all good.
It wasn't the first time I was beaten, and probably will never be the last either.
No, definitely the Cybertruck with stats of at least 2.9 seconds, 0 to 100, mate. It's going to thrash.
I can't wait to see how they go. It's going to be so interesting for a big truck. It's awesome.
Just hurry up, Tesla. And make sure you press like equal left to right, which is why the semi-truck, the what we call a Tesla Semi, or they call a Tesla Semi, the prime mover is going to be awesome, because apart from the fact that it's too fat for Australia, at least it's got the seating position in the middle, so there is no left-hand drive, right-hand drive stuff.
Has it been released at all anywhere? Does anyone know what the Cybertruck weighs? Like how much they are how heavy they are?
I don't know that anyone's got. I don't think Tesla's released that.
I haven't seen any weights on it. No,
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. But in one sense, we don't care. Because what matters is the 0 to 100 is 2.9 seconds. So if they
sort of roughly to work out what it's making, like it's got to be heavier than a Model S, and they're like what 2.2 ton, aren't they, Richard?
I've just Googled. It says 8.5 to 10,000 pounds.
No, that can't be right. That's 5.5. That's 8.5.
10,000 pounds is for
3.8. Oh, sorry, 8.5 is 3.8.
That's
tons.
3.855 kilos.
Yes.
3.8 ton.
What does an F? Okay, since you're googling,
Sorry, mate. Yes.
What's an F?
2.2. In fact, I'm just gonna go and look on the door card. Fuck it. Why
That's
not?
unbelievable for something to run like or weigh 3 tons and run 2.9 second to 100. That's just unbelievable.
What's an F-150 weigh, Pete? If you're on the Google Ford F-150, that's it's got to be a similar weight, although the battery pack adds to it, of course. Because I think the Cybertruck from memory can do 500 miles.
That's shit. This is not the electric one, but the ICE one is 4,000 pounds, 4,500 pounds.
Right, so that's less than 2 tons.
Mm.
I'm off,
Yeah,
folks. Right. It's way past my bedtime.
Yeah, we'll get going soon too, Nigel. Thanks for being here for most of it.
I'll see you all next week.
Good luck with is Reese. Oh no, Reese is
Not
late.
till May the 6th.
Yeah,
so
cool. No worries.
Time to homework.
We'll razz that up.
Yeah.
No worries.
I've got some CSI
Awesome.
work
Cheers,
done.
Nigel. Take care, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nigel.
See you, mate.
Nigel.
Look after yourself.
6,500 pounds for the F-150 Lightning, and 6,500 pounds is.
I'm pretty sure it's
Nearly 3 tons.
something.
It's
Oh, sorry.
2.95, so about
Yep.
3 ton.
Do you know we do care because Rego in WA is done on vehicle weight.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Because of axle weight. Yeah, that's right. Because it's presumed
Well,
axle or damage.
What we care the most about is its load capacity, because
we do in terms of the luxury car tax avoidance.
Exactly.
Yep.
But in terms of actual yearly rego, weight. And, you know, it's kind of annoying, really, that it's actually really what you do want to do, because like you want to incentivize lighter electric vehicles. So if you're going to get a Cybertruck or something massive like an F-150, like you do want to discourage that. So I'm kind of not anti doing it that way, but obviously, you know, there's a whole host of other benefits of. They're obviously basing it on a heavy vehicle, which inherently would produce a load of carbon emissions, a load
It's
of
also
pollution.
maintaining the infrastructure.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, like the roads, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like heavy vehicle will tear up the roads.
What it says,
no
I reckon Cybertruck's going to kill all these other trucks coming on the market. Like, just kill them.
It might, but like my fear is that we're always just in a bubble. Like, you know, we're all like, of course it makes fucking sense. But I know I've got loads of mates that be like, you know, proper true blue Aussie blaster painters. They're like, I'll go electric, but I don't want that heap of junk. You know, they're like, I'm not going to have fucking a weird mobile that looks like that.
They might
They're
not
like,
have a choice, Richard.
No. Well, okay, all right. But if old mate can get a cruiser or a patrol, and he can go hunting, and
If
you
he,
know,
if he had to pay twice as much for a Land Cruiser
No.
and a Cybertruck, would he still buy it?
No, it doesn't matter. I've got mates that are like, I don't care what it costs. Like I can discount the fuel costs through my business. So like,
Yeah, but one thing that they might not be understanding is, as Toyota, for example, stops making as many vehicles, their economy of scale goes down, and a Sahara is going to cost over like $200,000 because they're only selling 5,000.
yeah, but like you can amortize that over so many years with the business, and you know, you can discount the fuel cost. And you know, if you're allowed to like run the game, like I'm just saying, like mates of mine that are like, they're like, look, if I can get an electric cruiser or electric patrol, and it's a fifth of the cost to fuel it, I'll go with that. But at the moment, I can write off the cost of the fuel through my business, so I don't give a fuck.
Because of aesthetics, the look
all,
of it.
all my mates,
Yeah.
once they've been,
So go Damo.
all it takes, but is to convert their way of thinking is one run in it. You know, especially like in the performance ones and that. I got that many mates now were giving me that much shit before about going electric, and then now they've been for a run in the Model 3. They're like, oh shit, you know, right.
Exactly. If you're in the market for a BMW 3 Series, it's game over. You've got the Model 3. If you're up for an X3, you've got the Model Y. If you're up for an X5, you've got the Model X. If you're up for a Mercedes S-Class or a 7 Series or a 5 Series BMW, you've got the S. But there is no equivalent to a Patrol, you know, or a
funny story. It'd be October last year. I was sitting with my brother and he said, have you seen the Cybertruck from Tesla? I wasn't even looking at electric vehicles then, right? And he showed me and I said, it looks like a tent. I could go camping in that, you know? and I said, why would someone buy a car like that? And, you know, three months elapsed and we went and tried an electric vehicle, and all of a sudden I've got one now. And I look at the Cybertruck and go, oh, love one. I would love one. Bring it on.
It grows.
So would I, but I'm just always concerned about like the bubble, you know, of like we're the 1%.
More for us, mate. If they don't want them, there's going to be plenty of people going to buy them.
No, but you know,
the latest reservations apparently, Sawyer Merritt tweeted that today, was 1.4 million. You reckon?
I saw that.
There's your tent, Lance.
That's it.
Yeah. And
Perfect.
also,
I want one.
I was always very anti-pink shirt until a proud guy got on the call today and wore his pink, and I'm inspired as well to get on that pink shirt. So that's going to take off, I think. Now,
look, I'm not worried about the market segment that is captured by the Cybertruck. That's fine. I'm worried about the bit that we're not talking to, which is the others that are not in the Cybertruck realm.
Yeah, but there's only two types of people, Richard. Those that love the Cybertruck now, and those that will love the Cybertruck in years to come.
No, I'm
the mission.
playing
Richard,
devil's advocate.
It's about the mission, right? So the mission is to put as many people in electric vehicles as they can, right?
I'm on board with the mission, brother.
So if they can get more people holistically in Model 3s and Model Ys, they won't even make the Cybertruck because it doesn't even matter because it's going into that.
You know, now that I've changed jobs back into engineering, I think there are maybe 3 or 4 of us in the team that is our building that have Teslas. So like it's not the engineering-y people that I'm worried about, because those are all going to go, you know, because you've got a market segment which Tesla provides vehicles for. It's the old mate that wants to go fishing at the weekend, and who might look at the Cybertruck and just go, it's just too crazy for me, you know. And
Yeah,
don't forget as well, right?
But Richard, it's crazy now, but when you see them on the road everywhere, it
Mm.
becomes normal very quickly.
No.
And,
Look,
you
I think
know,
it's absolutely badass. Like, you know, my only concern is getting it in the garage. But like, you know, that's you know.
Remember. So sorry, just a quick example. See this car here. This is the VL Commodore, right? I mean, it looks very old-fashioned now, but for those of us of a certain age, we saw that car and thought that's a standard car. And then you look at the VN Commodore, which was the very next model. And oh, sorry, I just got to find it. Here we go. Now, to our eyes, our modern eyes, we can't really tell much difference. But these cars looked pregnant. They looked ridiculous because they were sort of the middle part looked
Sort of
fat
sags,
and there was sort of tapered front and back, and it was at the time, and I forget what the time was. It was a late 80s or early 90s. It was just such a big change that it looked ridiculous. And yes, the Cybertruck is this off the wall, complete U-turn or tangential sort of design. But remember the Ford Taurus? It was in.
Oh yeah.
It was in Scully and Mulder.
X-Files.
X-Files.
Yeah, next level.
You know, it looked ridiculous, and in fact, I had a. You know, Ford went the same way with the actually the EF Falcon was sort of that curvy sort of, no the EAs. So EAs went sort of pregnant curvy. The ELs were sort of pretty normal, and then they went to the AU, which was this. It looked like a Slater Beetle, ridiculous sort of thing. Then they went to the BAs, which and Damo would know this. The BAs, it should have gone BA first and then AU, because the BA was sort of squared back up again, and Ford just went too far. Just like the Taurus, the Ford Taurus, which they brought to Australia, was a huge failure because it looked so friggin' ugly.
Yeah,
because it was just too soon. I mean, some of the new Mercedes look just like an old Ford Taurus. They've done that curvy Slater Beetle sort of aerodynamic sort of shape.
Harold,
I guess,
when the Eiffel Tower was first built, actually before he was even built, there was protests on the street because people absolutely hated it.
That went on for like 100 years.
Yeah, but here's some comments. Diabolic undertaking of a boilermaker with delusions of grandeur. Others called it a truly tragic street lamp. A mast of iron gymnasium apparatus. Incomplete, confused, and deformed. A hideous column with railings.
But Pete, they're French.
but I mean, it's the. I mean, the world loves the Eiffel Tower. The French love it. Everyone loves it.
Yeah, no. But it took them like 100 years. Like you put the London Eye up in London, like, you know, the wheel. It took about 5 years for Londoners to go, yeah, great, symbol of London.
The millennial, what was that? The Millennium Tent thing, whatever that was called.
The dome. Yeah. I actually did that in year 2000. It was great. It was really good.
In 100 years, will people in Perth like the look of the Perth Arena yet?
No, even worse, Russell. The bell tower, like this little puny little. It's like an under eight footy trophy or something that you go, oh, that's a bit small.
As long as bell tower times are still going, we're all good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I've got some forensic analysis of that video if you want to hear the coroner's readings.
Okay, let's go, and then we might call it a night. Yeah, go on.
Okay, so to finish on, all right, cool. So there was a false start by 0.04, so 4/100ths was the break, right?
Is that all?
Damo's reaction time was 0.2 seconds, so he got off 0.2 after the green light went. Yep. So it was a small break. Now the ET for Peter was 11.548, and Damo was 11.610.
That's slow.
So the elapsed time is from when you cross the beam to when you
cross
get to the
start
end?
to when you get to the finish, yeah.
So even though Pete was disqualified because he broke the Christmas tree,
Yeah.
he
Still
still
using
was faster than Damo from traversing the second beam or third beam, whatever you call it, to the end.
ET goes from when your car moves to the end of the track. So they don't take the reaction time off of the, well, they do when you're racing against the light, it does.
Yep.
Takes that into account.
So does that mean, Damo, that Pete still beat you on the time required to go from A to B?
Yeah,
he still did a faster pass, but because he jumped, he lost the race.
Right. So I'm trying to work it out.
I think what happened was, as an astute dragster, Damo saw the break and thought, you know what? Don't have to worry about this one. I'm just going to cruise it in because he's so good at drag racing.
So if we go Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, right? And Neil and Buzz were racing towards the exit, and Neil just beat him through the door and then put his foot on the moon. Who was the first man on the moon? Like it was Neil, wasn't it?
Yeah, except.
So I'm saying that Pete is Neil and Damo is Buzz. Perhaps on that rather off-planet segue.
Hey, well, I thought it was a bombshell. I thought all this work I did, it was like a bombshell.
Nice work, Russell.
It was good, but the thing is,
Columbo.
Pete was still faster. Yes, he got disqualified. That's details. I mean, that's just kind of the rules, and who goes by the rules? I mean, Pete was being flexible. I think, how many times in Pete's life did he do a run at Kwinana before he went faster than Damo?
His car is quick, but like his 0 to 100, I reckon he's probably a bit quicker. Well,
was that with or without the hat on
the other guy there, Dwayne, as well, and he's got a stealth. Like Pete's, and then even that thing, I reckon they're actually quicker than the new ones, like mine.
So was Pete's quicker with or without the hat on the parcel shelf? Sorry, Pete. I love you. I love you like a father. And you still beat Damo.
Peter Harris's performance is not a stealth.
No,
his
it's not.
His is just a P plus.
Right.
Yes, it's a proper
surely,
performance.
Surely part of the whole time though is you and the car. So I'm with Damo on this one because it's like you got to be like, you can take off as quick as you like after that green goes green, but not before. So otherwise we just take the drivers out, and then just have a really boring race where it's two computers going against each other.
So Damo won the race, but Pete was faster.
Yeah, but it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant because back when if you use another similar sort of scenario, I guess, when you look at the election, who got more votes but who won in the US?
You got to pick your votes, mate. You got to pick your spots.
Your battles. And when I used to be at the drag and used to race motorbikes there, if their Christmas tree went red, you didn't race the race. You just like cruised through because you'd already won.
Yeah.
So it's just Damo was just being there for show because he's such a gentleman. Just like make Pete feel like he was in with a chance, but really it was just like doing the nice thing by Peter, where he could have just sat there and turned around, put it in reverse, and drove reverse the whole way down, like I would have done.
Bullshit. Yep, that's right. Yep, definitely. All right, it's getting late, so we should probably wrap up. The way we traditionally wrap up, and because Pete is still up, and thanks heaps, Pete, for we're not in the doghouse. You're in the car, which is probably more salubrious than where you are.
Connection's been
great. Throw the stock price up quickly, Harold, if you could. That'd be nice.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thanks. I'll What? Is that it's
It's like when your kid doesn't want to go to bed and you just want to try and extend it.
that is ridiculous. $1,006 and that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Come
but
on, 10 to
see,
1 stock
see,
split. Go.
compare that to the Nasdaq, and it's only up 0.4% more than the Nasdaq. So
Yeah,
you know, usually
they're
it'd be
just
up
not
a lot
getting
more.
it. They're just not getting it. All right, so the way we normally close the show. So Pete, how would you close this show?
As always, stay safe, stay sustainable, and stay ahead of the curve. And over to you, Harold.
And the best way to do that is buy a Tesla, join Tokwa, and ask us anything about accelerating the world's transition to sustainable energy.
Oh, peace, brother.
Take care, everyone.
See you later,
Be
everyone.
safe, and we'll see you next week on Ask Us Anything.
See you guys.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah.
See ya.
Bye, guys.